Welcome to the GameChanger 00100 show. I'm your host, GameChanger. All right. So, a couple of days ago, maybe like a week ago, SKC showed me something that I thought was really interesting. So, I went and watched the whole thing. For those of you who don't know, SKC stands for Supreme King something or other. So, it really highlights the focus of education. Now, everywhere in every community, education, teaching, things like that have always been seen as the thing that the females do. However, it shouldn't and didn't matter because their interest, their concerns was really for the betterment of the children's future, not one gender over another. But what we found is that we have high up officials who have their own designs, who have their own interests. That's not necessarily for the plurality of children, but more for the children that most represents them when they were younger. They see themselves as different ethno-gender groups, and their concerns lie with those particular gender ethno groups. So this is Gloria Ladson-Billings. She's I don't know if it's a hyphenated name or if it's supposed to be a hyphenated name. Yeah, it is. It is. So in addition to everything else, she hyphenates her name. So we know how hyphens are. Let's put it like that. But she has an interesting take on the things that are holding Black students, particularly in the suburbs, back. Now, by suburbs, she means the middle class Black students and how and why they're having problems that are very similar to lower class Black students. So let's review and I'll give my take on it. Once again, this is all under fair use.
classrooms, primarily because that's where I spend most of my life. And I've been watching people twist their necks and heads, so I actually have my thing in front of me so I can see what the slide's supposed to be. Uh, but in 1999, sociologist Mary Patillo McCoy published a celebrated volume entitled Black Picket Fences, Privilege and Peril Among the Middle Class, the Black Middle Class. And that book focused on one of the more ignored segments of American Black life. One of the early indicators that white Americans knew little or nothing of the Black middle class came about in 1991 uh, when the Supreme Court nominee, Clarence Thomas, faced the shameful indictment of sexual harassment from legal professor Anita Hill. For several days, we saw a parade of Black witnesses on either side arguing Thomas's guilt or innocence, as well as Hill's credibility or lack of veracity. Somewhere near the end of the hearings, one of the white mainstream news commentators remarked, in addition to hearing the testimony, America has learned that there is a Black middle class.
Okay, stop right there. She wants to make it appear as if the existence of a Black middle class is somehow a nuanced idea to white people, or at least that it was in 1999. And I have to tell you, having lived during that time period, it simply isn't true. She's using the Clarence Thomas, Anita Hill situation, and basically, for those of you who don't know, wasn't around for that time, or just don't know that particular part of history, Clarence Thomas, he's a Black Supreme Court justice, and Anita Hill is a person that accused him of sexual harassment right before, he became the second Black Supreme Court justice. It's less than a coincidence, but shout out to Cosby. That's just how some people like, oh, really? You're about to make a major move, and all of a sudden, this woman is holding you back. But anyway, she wants it to make it seem like the Black middle class is like this spectacular thing, like this was something that's accomplished, and we're exceptional, and we're this because we are the Black middle class, and and white people don't understand us. But it's, I don't want to say it's not much to understand, but it's not that deep. Let's put it like that.
Now, my initial question was, is this truly the first time America realized that blacks lived outside of the realms of poverty and the underclass? And perhaps the commentator was accurately describing America's mainstream. Because sometime around 1984, when comedian and TV producer Bill Cosby conceived and
This was made in 2014, by the way.
produced the Cosby Show, situation comedy that produced a black family living in a Harlem brownstone, with a father that was an OBGYN and a mother who was an attorney, and they had 5 beautiful children. No sooner did that show premiere than we heard the critics scream that this family was unrealistic. They did not look like the Good Times family that lived in a housing project. Incidentally, no one ever asked regarding Good Times how a single able-bodied woman, their neighbor Walona, even got in the projects, right?
What a stupid thing to say. What a stupid thing to say. Did this older woman just look at the picture on Good Times, right? On Good Times, you have James Evans, Florida Evans, JJ Evans, Thelma Evans, the sexy Thelma Evans, by the way, and Michael Evans, right? So what she decided to do was ignore all of that and say, why is this single able-bodied woman living in the projects? Are you kidding me? You didn't say how come 2 able-bodied adults with 2 incomes were living in the projects. You didn't say that, did you? You didn't say why is it an exceptionally able-bodied man and an able-bodied woman living in the projects. You didn't say that. You saying why would a single woman live in the projects and not a full-fledged family with what will become adult children? Fascinating. Fascinating how they champion the single woman. Because the single woman would appear to be more capable than a married woman to get out the projects. Very interesting how they take that, how they look at that. Now, this woman is so clueless. I'm talking about this Gloria chick. She's so clueless that she don't realize that the projects is full of single able-bodied women. It is full of them. If there is 100 apartments in a housing project, I would say anywhere between 80 and 89 of them are with single women, quote unquote, able-bodied women. It's ridiculous for, like, how could that happen to Winona? What, are you kidding me? She's a woman with a shit job and no man. How could it not happen to her? She sporadically worked at jobs that are now replaced with technology. And I'm not talking about like new automation technology. I'm talking about like I remember one episode she was like a person staring at a two-way window to check for shoplifters. They have cameras for that now. Like, why wouldn't she be in a project? Fascinating that she would say that. But This is an early introduction to where her mindset is.
The response to the Cosby Show reflected mainstream America's refusal to acknowledge variety and diversity within Black communities. But the Black middle class does have a long history. Indeed, in the 1900 Paris exhibition, W.E. W.E.B. Du Bois pulled together a photographic display that showed the variety of Black life. And although my own parents were working class and unskilled and poorly educated,
Look at the respect she has for her parents. Now, look at the admiration she has for Winona, who's also unskilled and uneducated. Look at the disrespect she has for her parents. My own parents were working class and unskilled and uneducated. This is the way she sees the world. She sees the world as educated people being better and single women being better, even though she's married.
the fact of segregation meant that my Black doctor, dentist, and fully certified um, teachers lived in my West Philadelphia neighborhood. I knew that some Black people were poor, some had moderate incomes, some had middle incomes, and a few were what could only be described as wealthy. However, today, because desegregation has increased mobility in our society, most middle class Blacks are likely to live in more uh, integrated communities. Their children attend either private schools or suburban public schools. And it's that latter experience that I want to focus on, the suburban public school experience for African American students. Of course, the primary purpose for attending school from the standpoint of families is to ensure that their children receive a quality academic experience. However, the data suggests that the academic disparity between Black students in so-called good public schools and their white counterparts is greater than that of their counterparts in urban schools.
Now, I'm stop right there for a second. Essentially, what she's saying is that Blacks do worse in suburban public schools than they do in in inner city public schools. Now, I have my theory on why that is, but I'm going to express that after she tells what her theory on why that is.
Suburban Philadelphia, Black public school students in Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montgomery counties make up just 14% of the total student body.
Wait, let me hear that again because, hold on.
Than that of their counterparts in urban schools. In suburban Philadelphia, Black public school students in Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montgomery counties make up just 14% of the total student body.
Okay. I don't know why she said just like that, like that's a bad thing. If you're 14% of the national population and you're also 14% of the students in a suburban public school, it matches. It makes sense. It makes perfect sense. What do you expect? Why is she making it seem like that's an L of some sort? Like this is a call to action. We need to do something because it's just 14%. Like anything more would take away from the percent per population ratio of other students. Huh.
In those 53 local suburban school districts, and that was surveyed by the Department of Education. But they accounted for more than half of all serious suspensions in the suburbs. A Black public school student in Philadelphia's Pennsylvania suburbs is 12 times as likely as a white student to be suspended more than once. That actually far exceeds the disparity in the city of Philadelphia. So you're more likely to be suspended as a black student in the suburbs than you are in the city. Where, and if you look at
I'm gonna explain what that is.
suspension rate is about 2.8 times as likely as white students. Most of my own teaching career occurred in large urban school districts serving working class and poor students, many of whom were struggling to achieve. 2 of my 10 years in Philadelphia included one assignment in a decidedly middle-class integrated community with high-performing students, both black and white, and one in a lower middle-class community with a wide range of achievement. My classroom teaching years in California was spent in one of the state's poorest performing school districts that served a population where more than 90% of the students were eligible for free and reduced lunch. However, when I arrived in Wisconsin in 1991, I was met with a very different set of circumstances.
Okay, so basically she said that she's spent about 20 years teaching in poor schools, and now she's teaching in a middle class school.
Superintendent of the Evanston, Illinois Township Public Schools gave me a call to talk about a dilemma that he was facing. Despite serving a student population that was almost universally high performing and college bound, he had a persistent dilemma. In 2006, Evanston, Illinois had about 74,000 residents. The mean cost of a detached home in Evanston, Illinois was $662,371. 71% of the 2006 high school class immediately enrolled in a 4-year college. On average, 81% of Evanston Township High School students will eventually enroll in college. 21.2%, or 630, of the students in the 2008-2009 class in Evanston Township enrolled in AP courses, and it took 1,312 advanced placement exams. They had a pass rate of 78%. With this kind of school and community profile, and my reputation for working with and researching in community serving poor children of color, I wondered why the superintendent of Evanston Township was bothering to call me in the mid-1990s. But he soon made his reasons clear. Despite the academic reputation of his school district, the performance of his African American students was far below that of his white students. His question to me was, if my school is so good, why isn't it good for all the students?
Okay, here's why he asked that question. This is basically saying this is him saying, as a white dude, him saying, there's nothing wrong with my school. What's wrong with your students? That's basically what he was getting at. Like, listen, my school seems to be fine for all the reasons that we stated here. So, what's wrong with your students? And once again, I'm going to answer that question. She wouldn't like the question. She wouldn't like my answer if she heard it, but let's listen to her answer.
It turned out that that same question was being asked of many of Dr. Austin's colleagues in places like Madison, Wisconsin, Arlington, Virginia, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, Shaker Heights, Ohio, and Cambridge, Massachusetts. Some of the nation's best school districts are struggling to deal with achievement disparities between their African American and white students, or Latino and white students. The surprise for most administrators, teachers, parents, and community members in these good districts is that their achievement disparities are actually greater than those in urban districts. And although we can certainly point to some of the social advantages of students attending diverse classrooms, and scholars like Gary Orfield underscore the academic benefits of desegregation. Because desegregation, of course, breaks up concentrated poverty, and affords poor children of color academic opportunities that they would not have access to in their neighborhood inner city schools, I think we have to recognize some of the downside of school desegregation. This is the group that got formed of those quote good public schools. So Evanston, Madison, Ann Arbor, I think there are 20.
Okay, she's taking too long to make her point. So basically, the reason why is because inner city schools have inner city standards, meaning it's easier. It's been watered down. It's been, I don't want to say dumbed down, but it's been made easier to graduate from these schools. The standard was lower at these schools. So when these students go to academic institutions where the standards are higher, they find themselves at a greater difficulty to compete, and the failure and dropout rate is increased as a result. So the students are the same, it's just the requirements are the same. Now, the person that brought this to her attention wanted her to come to this conclusion on her own, and she didn't. She's going to say racism, white supremacy, because, that's what they do.
2 to 25 districts in this coalition. They're called the Minority Student Achievement Network. And they are a network of schools that people move to those communities. They want their kids to go to those schools, but when you look at the disparity, the racial ethnic disparity, it's pretty stark. So I think, the first reason I think that people go to these schools is that we know that suburban schools have better educational facilities and academic offerings than inner city schools. But are Black students actually benefiting from these advantages? Well, in its February 2012 AP report to the nation, the College Board reported that 80%, this is a really important figure, 80% of Black graduates whose PSAT scores suggested that they could have succeeded in an advanced placement course never enrolled in any such class. At the same time, the percent of AP test takers continues to grow. Today, about 900,000 graduating seniors have taken at least one AP exam, compared with 430,000 in 2001. And unfortunately, nearly three-fourths of Black students failed their exams in 2011. 60% of Latino students failed their exams. More important for this discussion is not whether or not students are aware that they can have access to these courses. I think what we are seeing that in the April 29, 2009 New York Times article entitled, quote, "Many teachers in advanced placement voice concern over its growth." The teachers report concern that the programs would be, quote, weakened by making it too accessible. Thus, the question of accessibility is trumped by.
Can y'all hear it? Somebody saying something's up with the audio.
Subjective notion of, quote, maintaining high standards. So one of the things I do in my community work is I run around and tell Black people to enroll their kids in AP courses. Regardless of what the teacher says, I always say, are you not paying taxes? Your money is paying for that person to be there. Your kid ought to be able to go.
Okay. So the teacher isn't saying we're not, the teacher isn't telling that we're not going to allow Black students in. The teacher isn't saying that. The teacher also isn't saying don't enroll in AP courses. That's not what's going on. Basically, what's going on is that, like, listen, we can't let everybody in AP courses. It's called AP for a reason. If we let everybody in, then it wouldn't be considered advanced. It would be just standard. Now, she's telling parents to tell their kids to enroll, but she's not telling the parents to help the kids qualify to be in AP courses. She's not telling the kids to get them the proper tutoring, to set up a proper family structure so they can't excel in this regard. She's not. She's basically just saying, tell them to enroll. Are you even asking if they qualify? Are you even asking if they are capable of handling it? You're just telling them to try to apply.
And we know that even if they don't pass the exam, if the quality of what they're exposed to is better, why not take the courses? I think the other thing that we don't think about beyond the academic is also the social experiences that Black students are having in these suburban schools.
And this is why I titled it what I did. All right, let me do this. So I scheduled this with SKC, and he's doing his own show at the same time instead of coming to the show that he scheduled. That is some shit. So let me just take his name off the thing. But before I do that, shout out to TR Baby 23 for becoming a channel member and for the super sticker. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you, brother. All right.
I think that it's a more complicated picture. And I want to focus on it because of young people's social and emotional development is really key to their experience in schools. The sense of belonging and fitting in is crucial to their overall well-being. In an October 21st, 2012 article featured in The Atlantic, we learned that, quote, Black boys have an easier time fitting in suburban schools than Black girls.
Now, notice the comparison when she's talking about the social dynamic of Black children. She separated them by gender. She didn't separate them by race. If you want to say that the social dynamic of Black kids is different than that of white kids or of Asian kids or even Hispanic kids, that's one thing. But she said the difference is that the social dynamic is different between Black girls and Black boys. Now, the social dynamic is always going to be different as it relates to men and women, or boys and girls in this particular case. That's nothing new, and that's because, let's face it, we're at most socially different. There's nothing socially similar to boys and girls because boys receive things like sex and girls give it. Therefore, they're working on a completely different social scale. But she's basically, the way she broke it down is this. White people treat Black boys better than they treat Black girls. And it's like, really? That's what's on your mind? Through all of that, that's what you're thinking about.
The Black boys are admired because they are seen as tough and cool, and they're the primary carriers of youth culture. So when you consider that something like hip hop culture is the most ubiquitous and marketable cultural commodity in the world today, and that this culture is closely associated with African American males, it makes sense that Black males are enjoying a time of increased popularity. However, since I'm also aware that hip hop culture is a worldwide phenomenon, I will not be surprised if it eventually migrates away, at least for marketing purposes, from a Black ethos.
So she's right about that. And that's what I was talking about when I said, did society pump and dump Black culture or, real ninja culture? And she is right. This was written in, or this speech was given in 2014, but it does seem as though the dump has happened and it's less popular. I don't know. I'm not in high school, but I could kind of gauge that coming.
Thus, the moment of popularity for Black males could be quite fleeting. And clearly, it is developmentally limited, since by the time suburban white youth head off to college, they will be most likely surrounded once again by a mainstream, that will demand conformity to white cultural standards, and it'll be those standards that will advance their career and professional aspirations. However, Black girls do not even enjoy a
She just glossed over that. Basically, she's saying that young Black men are suffering from a dynamic where they are pedestalized in high school, and that is taken away in university, and they find themselves in a world that they are unprepared for after that. She basically saying, like, they're set up for the okey doke. You're told you're this, you're this, you're this, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, by the way, now your culture isn't as cool to adults as it is to children. Therefore, you're cool in a juvenile way. We respect and appreciate you as a juvenile, not as an adult, which is a problem. Everything you were taught to be doesn't really cut it in adulthood, is essentially what's going on. And that's why we have so many brothers in arrested development. We have so many brothers who are in their 40s, with the throwback jerseys, saggy pants, and hat to the side. It's because, there was a time when this culture was just everything when you're a teenager and maybe even in your early 20s. And then all of a sudden it's nothing. People have a very difficult time adapting to that. Shout out to MOT. All right.
Transitory moment of popularity. They do not fit into the suburban school context. They are considered loud and ghetto or ratchet. Videos about.
Now, it's very interesting that when she was talking about the boys, she brought up like hip hop culture and things like that. The reason why people see the Black boys in a certain way, and essentially what she's describing is in a positive light. However, when she talks about the girls, she doesn't quote a source. She doesn't say because of hip hop culture, or because of rap culture, or because of any type of culture, they are seen this way. And there is a very clear and distinct reason why they are seen that way. And that's because that's the way they act. You see, there isn't an external culture. There isn't like a media machine per se that is pushing this ideal onto white suburban children. It's what they see directly.
Them do not fit into the suburban school context. They are considered loud and.
See, they're considered loud, perhaps because they're loud.
Ghetto.
They're considered ghetto, perhaps because they're ghetto.
Or ratchet.
They're considered ratchet, perhaps because they're ratchet. Perhaps this is just the way the collective decide to behave in front of others, not because the media engine is pushing this onto white suburban children.
Videos about them show them as antisocial, belligerent, and according to Psychology Today study, unattractive.
Yeah, that's what she really means to say is fat, and that's unattractive. And you don't really have to, like, at that point, it's just like, that's it. You're fat. Like, Hollywood doesn't have to push that narrative. Now they do, but really they put it on themselves more than Hollywood does. For example, Hollywood has its Lonnie Loves, it's what's that? What's not Lonnie? Yeah, Lonnie Love, Lizzo, who else? I can't think of anybody else. Oh, well, of course there's Oprah, but that's not really modern. Gabrielle Sidibe is not really like high on the food chain of being the image that's pushed. Hollywood do outside of the talk shows and stuff like that. They do push the beautiful black Halle Berry, Vivica Fox in her day. They have been pushing the Rihanna image for a while now in the backdrop of the mammy image. Don't get me wrong, the mammy image still exists, but for every mammy, there are a lot of attractive black women whose images that they push. And they go out of their way to do it. However, there's that, and then there is the image that is voluntarily pushed upon themselves. Now, that is something that you would see even before War Star Hip Hop. That's something that you would see on Jerry Springer. That's something that you would see on Maury Povich. It's like, something, I could just go out and get a DNA test in the privacy of my own damn home. But something, I am going to make a spectacle of myself and others that look like me. I want this spectacle. This is what I want to do to myself and to girls who look like me. Now, that spectacle don't end when the camera is off. It continues, and the behavior is reflected in the high school, in the suburban high school. Now, you would think that the solution to the problem, as the solution to all your damn problems, is be hotter, be less ratchet, be more social, don't be antisocial. But her solution is something different. You see, it's not up to the individual to change society's perception of them. Nope. I know I say individual and then them, but the individuals to change the society's perspective of that collective of individuals. Nope. It is up to society to just ignore what you are showing them deliberately and pretend like they didn't see that. All right, shout out to Mana Tomorrow. He says she is worried about the good treatment exclusively. Absolutely. Absolutely. See, people are going to treat you, barring incident, people are going to treat you like you behave, period. Change the behavior and the treatment will change.
So in the suburbs, they're rarely, if ever, asked to things like dances or proms, and I would contend that these kinds of things make up the sinews, of schooling. I know it's a big shock to us, but kids actually don't come to school to learn quadratic equations. My youngest son, he hated school, but he went every day. He never missed a day. And I once asked him, I said, if you hate it so much, how come you're up in the morning, you go every day? He said, Mom, that's where all the other kids are.
Wait, I'm confused. This part is weird as hell. You're telling me you asked your son, why do you go to school every day? Aren't you the one who are supposed to assure that he goes? You ask your son, you as an educator, essentially you're asking him, how come you don't just drop out? You're asking your son, and I don't know, you said it's your youngest son. You're asking your youngest son, essentially, why don't you just drop out of school? Now, you would never ask your daughter that, but that's neither here nor there. Your question is, why are you going to school? So your son doesn't feel like he has to go to school. And you're questioning his motivation for going to school. This chick is really on some other. She's really on some other ish.
said if they were somewhere else, that's where I would go. So, so I think we can't underestimate the power of their social relations, even though we're all talking about test scores and that kind of stuff. Where the kids are coming from is how do I feel in this place? These young Black girls are not part of the high school dating scene, while their Black male counterparts often have their choice of girls uh, from across the high school dating spectrum and the racial spectrum. In some instances, dating a Black boy is a rite of passage for white girls. And these data don't.
Why is she talking about the dating, mating, and relating life of students? This is so bizarre.
Even consider the situation of LGBT youth of color. You know. I think it's important to recognize the ways that adolescent social development impact young adult experiences and outlooks. For example, the young Black woman who had little or no social life in high school enters college in some ways developmentally delayed and vulnerable. It's interesting that we've just had this survey or a list of 55 schools where sexual assaults have taken place. And I would contend that young women who.
Oh my God. Okay, so she went from 1 second talking about, they're not accepted, they're not embraced, and then she just threw out there, and this, keep in mind, this statement that she just made about sexual assaults applies, interracially, meaning that it happens to all of them, but she's somehow going to equate a group of women who aren't really sought after sexually with sexual assault. She's going to try to get some victim points from the sexual assault statistic or study and apply that to a group of people who, as you stated, aren't sexually sought after. It's kind of like if I was to say, okay, there's a robbery statistic out there somewhere. And then you have a group of people with no money and nobody really wants to rob like that. So I'm going to conflate one with the other. I'm going to say that, they're probably getting robbed because they're poor. Makes no sense.
Haven't had an opportunity to date, don't often know the norms or the rules. So if she attended a predominantly white institution, she's likely to continue to be without dates and social encounters with partners that she desires. And if she attends a historically Black college or university, her limited experience in the world of dating may find her compromising her values because of the newly acquired attention from a potential partner. Few schools pay attention to the ways that students organize themselves socially. In other words, schools tend to prefer to consider students' social lives their private business. About a decade ago, there was a network magazine show that featured Columbia, Maryland, one of the nation's first, quote, racially planned communities. And that community was designed to cater to middle-class Black and white families. During an interview of students at the high school, we heard discussion of how everyone respected each other and got along with little or no strife. However, at one point, the interviewer convenes a group of Black girls, and we learn that they feel excluded from the social life of the school. The Black boys were often dating white girls, but white boys did not find the Black girls attractive or.
Oh God, this is humiliating. This is humiliating how much focus she's putting on the Black girls getting laid. This is really ridiculous. How much focus, because here's the thing. She stated the dropout rate earlier, and how it's a problem in suburban Black schools, the dropout rate, suburban Black public schools, by the way, or excuse me, suburban public schools with Black children. Now, these dropout rates and statistics of, not getting the AP, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, affect both the boys and the girls. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it disproportionately higher that it affects the boys greater than it does the girls. However, the focus is on how pretty the boys think the girls are. This is telling. This is telling about her motivation. Oh, and also she pretty much has said that the white dudes don't really like you like that. They're not feeling you like that.
Asked them out. And the black girls talked about how it hurt to be rejected in favor of their white classmates. Their white classmates.
Does it hurt more than a treadmill? Does it hurt more than a treadmill? Does it hurt more than waking up early and, running around the block a couple times? Does it hurt more than a salad? How much does it hurt? What are you willing to do to get rid of this pain? Hit the like button.
But they said they never said anything about it in mixed company. Now, linked to the students' social experiences in school is their emotional health. How they come to feel about themselves and their racial ethnic group contributes to their sense of self-esteem and self-worth. Almost 30 years ago, I participated in a study of identified gifted students in a segregated school district. Unfortunately, at the high school district, which was under a court order to desegregate, the students from the Black elementary district were dropping out at a rate of 70%. Okay, I'm going to say that.
Why are elementary school students dropping out? How do you even drop out? You still are with your parents. How does like a fifth grader say, hey, look at mom, I ain't going to school no more? How does that even happen? Oh, they have parents like you. They have parents like you that say stuff like, well, if you don't like school, why do you keep going? To their youngest son. This is ridiculous.
Again, that was not a slip of the tongue. 7-0. Only 3 out of 10 kids would graduate from high school in the district that they were.
Okay, I'm confused because a moment ago she said elementary and now she's saying high school. Okay.
Sent to, they were bused to. So the research team on which I was a research assistant was interested in investigating the strategies that were employed by those students who were academically successful in the high school district. We first learned that the academic performance of our gifted students was bimodal. They were either doing very well or they were failing miserably. So next we decided to look more closely at the successful ones. So we looked at, let me make sure I did which one of these is the right thing. That one? Yeah. So we wanted to look at this group. Okay, they're doing great. What is it that they're doing? Well, we learned what the students who were doing well were doing. They were doing well, at great psychic cost.
All right, Mr. Shane Bishop says something. I'll bring it up. So, the average American male has been getting rejected almost every day since he was 15. Welcome to the effing club, girls. Listen, it's worse than that because these girls aren't actually getting rejected. Getting rejected would presume that they're walking up to these boys, shooting their shot, and getting shot down. That's not what's happening. These boys are just not talking to them. Now, that's a different type of rejection, granted, but I mean, this expectation that they must at least come to me shows a sense of entitlement that's spectacular.
They were social isolates. They had no friends, Black or white. They deliberately avoided courses with other Black students. And if they could not avoid classes with other Black students, they made sure they didn't sit with those students. So when we asked them why, their excuse for this behavior was that they didn't want to be seen by their teachers as, quote, like other Black kids.
Boom. This points to a cultural problem, even amongst the gifted. Basically, what she just proved, and she don't even realize it herself, is that the problem is cultural. It is not intellectual. The ones who are gifted and excelling are doing so because of cultural differences. They had to reject the Black culture that doesn't embrace academics in order to embrace academics. That is the problem. Now, she's not appealing to Blacks on her podium, literally. She's not on her podium appealing to Blacks, saying, listen, we have to change the culture to embrace academics. Nope. What she's doing is she's saying, hey, we need to get these white guys to like our daughters more without actually getting our daughters to become more likable.
Thus, the students were behaving in ways that suggested their academic success was tied to breaking affiliative bonds with other Black students. And I think this is interesting because it was like years later that Fordham and Ogbu talk about this notion that the kids say they're being accused of acting white. Well, they actually deliberately are. They're saying, I don't.
Why would you call it white? Why would you call it acting white? Why would you, as an academic leader, as an expert in education, call it acting white? Because you're basically saying that, it's not Black to academically achieve.
I don't want to be associated with those other Black kids. I don't want the teacher to see me in that way. And what these students experience, of course, because of this behavior, were what we saw as higher levels of depression and anxiety than their less academically successful peers. Now, it might sound as if I think the prospects for Blacks.
Y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Here, hold on.
Might sound as if
There you go. There you go. That's to the Black boys out there. She just subtly gave you the finger. Basically, after talking about all the little boys that are not interested in the little girls for whatever reason, this is for you. You can have the finger, the middle one. This is for you for not thinking that they're hot enough. This is for you for not thinking that they're prom worthy. This is for you for thinking that they're too damn big. This is for you for not being attracted to it. This is for you.
I think the prospects for Black students in suburban schools is hopeless. I don't. For one, we cannot deny that Black students attending suburban schools are more likely to have access to better qualified teachers and more rigorous coursework. They're more likely to have access to a wider range of curricular offerings, things like honors tracks and advanced placement. They will also have an opportunity to develop more social and cultural capital if they can gain access to some of the privileged spaces of their white middle-class classmates. But there are some things that suburban schools must do to facilitate the academic, social, and emotional success. So one of the things that suburban schools might try is what Evanston Township High School eventually tried. Initially, the high school tended to spread around the high-achieving Black students with one or two in any one class. I think I am behind myself. All right. There we go. So, as I said, initially, what you happen is you have one or two, quote, smart Black kids in a class. And what Evanston Township decided to do was to clump the kids in what might sound like resegregating them, but he would clump them in these honors classes. So they would have study partners and peer support. That change actually produced a significant turnaround in academic performance and student satisfaction. I was in a suburban school outside of Madison, and one of the things when people ask me to come to schools, I ask them, what access will I have to students? And then they get real quiet. So then I say, well, if I can't talk to the students, I'm not coming to talk to you. So that cuts down on a lot of invitations. But in those schools in which people have allowed me to talk to kids, I ask the kids basically two questions. I don't go in asking like loaded, directed questions. I ask them very simple questions like, tell me what you like best about this school and tell me what you like least about it. And the kids are very clear on the things they like. So I was in this high school. It took us like 5 minutes to do the best. They have a long lunch period. They have a lot of technology. They have a lot of different courses to choose from. Done. But when I asked what you like least about it, that went on for about an hour. And one of the things that I'll never forget is a young lady said to me, I'm in a laboratory science class, and I'm the only Black student in the class.
Okay. Want to point out that whenever she does these interviews and surveys or whatever, she only reports back what the young Black girls are saying. You know, she basically said she goes in, she interviews a bunch of students, but the one thing that stuck with me was what a little Black girl said. Because, you know, hers is the only opinion that matters.
And we have an uneven number of students. And so when we do labs, I never have a lab partner. She said, and when I tell the teacher I don't have a lab partner, he says, oh, well, then you can work by yourself. So she says, so I've done twice as much work as everybody in the class. That was a pedagogical problem. There's nothing meant.
Now, it really should be that the teacher should pair her up and just make like a 3-person group. But I mean, it's really all the same. Like, there's a reason that none of the kids wanted to work with her. And that's because the ethnic reputation, or it could be that that individual girl is just a screwed up human being.
Magic about 2 people in a lab group. You know, it could be 3. All right. But literally, this young lady, and what struck me, because I actually knew her family, and they were so prominent in the community, politically active. You know, her mother has been a delegate to the Democratic I mean, these are not some people sitting around watching soap operas eating bonbons. I mean, they are out there, and this was happening to her. So I could hardly imagine what were happening to some of her less well-connected and poorer classmates. The other thing that we can do, besides clumping the kids together, is a strategy that was discussed by psychologist Beverly Tatum, who insisted that it was important for students of color attending desegregated suburban schools to have time together in affiliation groups. A once-a-week group meeting was a form.
Okay, why? Why is that important? Like, stop and think about that for a second. Why is that important? Because she just did the graph, right? She just did the graph of the gifted. She just did the graph of the gifted students, saying that, okay, we found out that the students that separate themselves from a certain type of Black student tend to do very well. And now her solution to the problem is forcing the Black students together. When you just showed the graph saying that amongst the gifted, they do better because they separate themselves from certain ones. And now you push them together because you're an educator But you're not actually doing that. What you're doing is you're trying to preserve blackness while force whiteness.
Forum for students to share their concerns and perspectives. And over time, the students felt more comfortable in the suburban setting. And the race alike and ethnic group alike group was a key to making that comfort possible. And although the possibility of our students to attend high quality desegregated schools reflects the promise of Brown, we are sitting here some 60 years later, knowing that most Black and Brown students continue to attend schools that are not only segregated, but they are hyper segregated. But we still hold on to the promise. Most first ring.
Ah, the schools aren't segregated. The students segregate themselves from certain other students. Now, you admitted before that the black students don't have these social problems that the other, or that the black male students don't have the same social problems that the black female students have. So it's not really racism that they're experiencing. It's something else. And what is the else that they're experiencing? It's incompatibility amongst cultures is what they're experiencing. Like a lot of young black girls, according to you in your study, are culturally incompatible with not only children from other cultures, but the boys in their own culture. That's not segregation. That's just choosing not to hang out with somebody who is socially incompatible with you.
Suburbs and urban centers like New York and Chicago and Dallas, Philadelphia and Baltimore are seeing an explosion of Black and Brown students. In the main, these communities will admit two things. First, um, having diverse school community is a good thing. And second, that they are challenged to ensure that Black and Brown student achievement and social interactions are not qualitatively different from those of white and high status Asian descent students. When I meet with personnel in these suburban schools, I remind them that the primary reason that Black and Brown families send their students to school is identical to the reason that white families send their children to school. They want them to receive a quality education and they want them to develop friends and have positive experiences. They do not send their children to school so that other students can have a diverse experience.
What in the entire hell? Listen, let's be clear. These are people who historically would rather your kids not be there. And then we collectively forced our way into their classrooms, which is okay, that's fine. But don't make fun of them for saying that, oh, now you want us to be there so we can have a diverse experience. Well, that's not why we want to go. It's like, what the fuck? You force yourself into them, into their schools, and then when they welcome you, they welcome the diversity. You shame them for welcoming the diversity. This is the thinking that we are dealing with.
Makes you wonder, huh?
Yeah, exactly. What's going on? What's on your mind? I know you've seen this before. So anything on the first 29 minutes that you want to highlight?
Um, well, one thing that I'm not sure if you highlighted it in your coverage thus far, but noting who this woman is, Gloria Ladson-Billings, and her um, many alliances. And I won't go into that because I'm not trying to, you know, create schisms and all that. But um, when you understand that this is the style of thinking that is coming out of education, predominantly in Black America, and uh, its educators. It's like You have to, you begin to kind of see that they are the ones that are bringing these, they are helping to set these divisions between black boys and black girls. You guys have already heard a little bit of that and how she brought up the difference between the outcomes and the experiences of both.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't really point to racism if members within the race don't seem to be having the problem.
Mhm.
So, okay, she pointed out through hip hop culture and things like that, and other aspects, I'm sure, that black boys and black girls are seen separately by other groups of people, and black girls seem to not only be incompatible romantically with black boys, they are incom- incompatible romantically with all other groups of boys, where there's an opposite effect in her professional experience with all others.
Yeah. And, we were talking about this a little bit over on Bernard's at the end of that show.
Mhm.
But think about here, her her job is education. Why is she inserting social relationships inside of, in this instance of what she's talking about, K through 12 education?
Mhm.
Why is that important?
So she's basically saying that that it affects their academic growth. However, she hasn't shown the correlation. Like if she were to do that, in order to actually make that correlation, she would have to say where do the people who excel academically versus fail academically fall on the social scale amongst their friends.
Correct.
So now she's not doing that for a clear reason. I mean, if she finds that the dropout rate is significant with the boys versus the girls, then it really wouldn't make sense that she's bringing this up, because here you have people who are socially healthy, with a higher dropout rate than the ones who are socially um, are antisocial. In fact, her study shows something different. Her study shows that amongst the gifted kids, and let me see if I could bring that up, because it's actually very rare that you come across like a double bell curve like that.
Yeah, I know exactly the part that you're talking about where she goes and she says how the kids that are pretty much cauterizing themselves from the culture were exceeding um scholastically. But I'll let
Exactly.
you go ahead and play it. Yeah.
All right, hold on. Get a little bit of context of this.
Under a court order to desegregate, the students from the Black elementary district were dropping out at a rate of 70%. Okay, I'm going to say that again. That was not a slip of the tongue. 7-0. Only 3 out of 10 kids will graduate from high school in the district that they were sent to. They were bused.
Okay, I will say that this seems to be an extraordinarily underperforming district in that regard.
Yeah, agreed.
So the research team on which I was a research assistant was interested in investigating the strategies that were employed by those students who were academically successful in the high school district. We first learned that the academic performance of our gifted students was bimodal. They were either doing very well or they were failing miserably. So next we decided to look more closely at the successful one. So we looked at, let me make sure this is which one of these is the right.
Somebody said they were bust. Yeah, so she said she was a research assistant, which means that this was early on in her career, meaning that this was a very long time ago. I don't know how much of it is applicable today, but really this just goes into our mindset. That's what we're exploring here.
Yeah. So we wanted to look at this group. Okay, they're doing great.
Could you pause real quick?
Yeah.
When she goes through this explanation, I don't know if you've done it already, GC, but when she goes through this explanation, I want you to notice the explanation that she uses, and I want to get your input on that because it sparked it gives me thoughts, but I want to hear your thoughts on why she what
Well,
she comes up with this.
I'll do it again, but yeah, I did cover that. I'll explain why it's bimodal, and I'll also explain and really how off her conclusion is, and this is what I didn't do, how unjustified she was for going down the path that she did. So I will do that. All right.
Well, we learned what the students were who were doing well were doing. They were doing well, excuse me, at great psychic cost. They were social isolates. They had no friends, black or white. They deliberately avoided courses with other black students. And if they could not avoid classes with other black students, they made sure they didn't sit with those students. So when we asked them,
Okay. I'm gonna stop right here for a second. Remember when she said that little girl in a lab? I don't know. I'm gonna just assume chemistry, but it could be a number of other lab courses: physical science, biology, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lab science course. Let's just say that. The girl in the lab science course she didn't have a partner, but she's also deliberately isolating herself. She picked the class with no other black students and then complained that she didn't have any partners because she's socially isolated. Like, you see what's going on here?
I would say, yeah, I get that point. I mean, I would think that would be something that would be easily fixed by the teacher, just assigning a partner. But um,
Well, it's
even
they're pairing off and it's an odd number of students,
oh, okay.
which
Well,
means that she's the only black person in the class. But according to what she just said, according to what Gloria just said, certain students are deliberately seeking situations where they're the only black students in class.
mm, yeah, that could be. Um, she had a certain phrase that was quite confusing to me that I just don't think that I've ever heard from an educator before, and that I would like to have some input on. What are great psychic costs?
Well, okay. Great psychic cost is the reason that Professor X is in a wheelchair. You see, his psychic abilities are so great that it took away from his physical abilities, and he can't walk. That's great psychic cost.
I mean, when she said that they were isolating themselves at great psychic cost, and I'm like, okay, huh? But
No,
scholastically, they're doing excellent. However, they have these great psychic costs. I'm like, what the heck is this?
I don't get it. I mean, there's always going to be like yes, if you focus more on academics than you do on social events, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then you will tend to do better. If you're studying, um, if you take the time out that other students focus on fashion, perhaps, then you will do better. Like, I mean, by that logic, Einstein suffered from great psychic. First of all, I think that she would mean like social costs or something like that, or maybe emotional costs. But yeah, it's great psychic costs. Is really just making it seem like there is a psychological damage that's being done to somebody who probably was a recluse anyway.
Or that, or even if they, let's say, I wouldn't even go and say recluse. What happened if they were just more determined or more focused? You take, for instance, a lot of the people who go into the Olympics uh, at a young age, they have to isolate themselves socially from other groups of kids who are not engaged in the same activity than them, because those kids would likely get them off of their career path.
Exactly. She's referring to the stereotypical nerd. And that's okay. Those types will always exist, but she's making it out to be an ethnic problem and a school board concern.
Hmm.
Like, and no one else is doing that. Like, did anyone do that for Mark Zuckerberg? Like, I mean, come on. He socially isolated himself to a certain extent, and he made it to Harvard, where he was still somewhat of an outcast. Like, he wasn't a part of any groups or fraternities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody really said that, this is something that we need to address and that this is a gender ethnic phenomenon. They just know that people like that exist. I mean,
And the other part of that is, as an educator, how do you quantify great psychic costs?
well, she's talking to them individually, and she's coming with a psychological conclusion and that I
Like
don't
like
think.
like what did they lose out on? I mean, and I'll just paint it
Oh,
out,
oh,
and I'll just paint it out as a whole. Okay, so you chose not to hang around a bunch of students that were failing scholastically, socially. You didn't hang out with them. What did you lose out on in life?
well, these young girls are losing out on penis. They're losing out on penis and the opportunity thereof, as she later goes to speak on. They weren't asked to the prom and they were considered, less attractive. They didn't get the number of invitations as the white students did.
Which goes back to my original question: why is an educator talking at Columbia University about this? What does this have to do with education?
Yeah, she's conflating the two. I mean, she in this particular portion, and I know it's a rhetorical question, but in this particular portion, she isolated a group of people who are both gifted and socially isolated, and as a result, they're able to maximize the potential of their gifts. I'm pretty sure that these people exist in every ethnic group, but she's trying to make it appear as if this is an ethnic problem.
Well,
I get.
I think too when you extrapolate the problem out and you begin to understand that, and there are some assumptions that go along with this. I'll give that as a disclaimer. But as an educator, when she sees that, there's this social difficulties that are happening between black men and black women out after school. They are not grouping together as other groups do in college. Now, it seems to me that she is trying to push and find some type of way to perhaps alert some type of program or education towards this, that the social interactions between in the community is jacked up. And I don't think that there's any laws or policies that you can enact to fix that.
Well, she makes suggestions, and she elaborates on that in the Q&A section. I think that her suggestions are flawed, and I explained why earlier, but we're going to go over that again. And also, she's not really identifying the problem, which is clearly identified, and that is Black culture.
Correct.
And after this, there's another video that we didn't discuss, but the two, you and I are going to go over, and it's very telling that that is the problem.
Yeah.
So, um, and this is amongst the gifted. The chart that she showed is amongst the gifted. If you chose to embrace the same culture that she said made the Black boys so welcomed by other groups, if you chose to embrace the mainstream Black culture, you tend to do poorly versus the ones who just simply ignore it.
I forgot what this one thing real quick, GC.
What's up?
Just, and this is just a hypothesis. Could it be that the individuals that she is stating did all of this at a great psychic cost to themselves? Could it be that they are actually socially healthy and the other group is not?
Well, uh, Possibly, but I doubt it. And the reason why is because if they were socially healthy, it seems like it. Okay, here's what I'm not getting. If they were socially healthy, then they would be able to attach to the non-black high achievers, and they're not, which suggests there's something else going on. And we're talking about a group of people who have no problem attaching to other blacks, black lesser achievers or something like that. So there's a there. There's also a reason that they're not attaching to each other. I'm talking
Well,
about the
one,
high achieving ones.
well,
So
one caveat that I'll throw into that is the reason why I brought that up was we're talking about when she was a young woman.
true, it's a completely different social dynamic now.
Mm-hmm.
But the general perception of young black girls have gotten a lot worse.
Correct.
And young black boys, I'm assuming probably aren't as capable of relying on hip hop culture to make them cool by default. So I think that
Correct.
advantage has waned as well. So
And and to a certain extent, I don't even think that I have a I have a I'm assuming, but I just don't think that it's just the hip hop type of thing that is giving the boys an edge. But
well,
I don't want to I don't want to hold your video, so I'll let you go ahead and.
yeah, I'll play this, but no, that particular edge has waned. I mean, there are other things, the athleticism and the pretty boy reputation and just females a female's biological desire for tall, dark, and handsome is always things that are going to work to the advantage. I'm just saying that additional aspect with hip hop is probably waned. It's not going to take away from the whole BBC edge. All right.
Why? Their excuse for this behavior was that they didn't want to be seen by their teachers as, quote, like other black kids. Thus, the students were behaving in ways that suggested their academic success was tied to breaking affiliative bonds with other black students. And I think this is interesting because it was like years later that Fordham and Ogbo talk about this notion that the kids say they're being accused of acting white. Well, they actually deliberately are.
Why would a grown educator conflate academic success with whiteness? I understand why the kids do it, but why would you perpetuate something like that?
Yeah. And I think that is telling from okay. This is my own thing, and I know it has some people are going to be against it. Disclaimer: this has nothing to do with GC. I'm a guest on his channel. I think that this is one of the problems of viewing the world through the lens of race. You come out of it making assumptions just as this highly educated woman did. And
Well,
if you're linking scholastic success with that's acting white. The only way that you can come up with that concept is if you are viewing the world through the lens of race.
okay. I'll bite for a second, but how come it does not apply to areas that okay. Um, a white kid becomes a basketball phenomenon. Do they say he's acting black?
No.
Why
But
is it the well,
if he
here's the thing. I mean, yeah, but if he buys spinning rims and wears a wave cap, I get it.
no, but even something else. If he plays basketball, no, he's not acting black. If he plays basketball a specific way, then he can be white chocolate, aka Jason Williams.
I don't follow basketball enough, but I'll take your word for that. And so there's a swag to basketball to where it's considered blackness. So I get that, and I think that people are always going to do that as long as groups excel in certain areas. What I do worry about is I don't think that, and I know that kids are going to do it, but I don't think that adults should be equating academic prowess to a race. I don't think that because we're encouraging the kids to do it by doing that. We're saying that this is a white behavior. That's pretty much what she just said. She says a lot of stuff, but let's continue.
They're saying, I don't want to be associated with those other Black kids. I don't want the teacher to see me in that way. And what these students experience, of course, because of this behavior, were what we saw as higher levels of depression and anxiety than their less academically successful peers. Now, it might sound
So I guess that's what she means by psychic cost. I don't think that this is clinical depression. It does seem as though this is just information that she gets from talking to the students, and she kind of walks away like, "Oh yeah, you're more depressed than this one. This one's happy. You're sad."
I don't think that that's the case. I think that she may be conflating stress with depression, because I don't know a lot of depressed people who are excelling in school scholastically.
You're saying that she's just conflating having a high social status or a low social status with being depressed, and having a high one with being healthy.
Yeah, because I mean, you remember the days of school? I mean,
Yeah.
did you know a lot of people who were depressed but were doing great in school?
No.
Now, I knew a lot of people who were stressed because of their scholastic workload and all of the studying that they were doing. I know people that were like that were highly stressed, but depressed, no.
Okay, here's what I noticed. Like our valedictorian, he was very social. Um, as far as everyone knew him, he wasn't what she would describe as somebody who would have somebody trouble finding a lab partner or something like that. And I'm trying to think like all the way down the scale, did I see that? And the short answer is no, but I didn't go to a primary. I didn't go to a primarily black high school. It was primarily Asian.
Yeah, but I just think that,
So
well,
it is
from my own. Oh,
highly
go
likely.
ahead.
Right quick. It is highly likely that it's just outdated. It's highly likely that her research is really, really, really outdated because she's pointing to a time before I even went to high school, is what she's doing. So yeah, that could be the case. But go
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it even further. I think that she's projecting a little bit. Not projecting, but I think that she's adding stuff that of how she feels concerning, and this again, just my little assumption, the whole race lens thing. Because how do you, just typically speaking, as a research assistant, and if you're talking about psychology and all that, how do you know someone is depressed if they're doing well in school?
That's what I'm saying. She
You
wasn't
would have to spend
qualified to.
quite amount of time with that person.
Well, she's not qualified to make that assertion. I'm saying that her information just comes from her assessment after having a conversation with these kids.
Yeah.
Like, but she's passing it off as, first of all, she's passing it off as contemporary research, but secondly, she's passing it off as, like, this is clinical. This is a problem. You know.
Right. And then if you compare that to someone who was failing school, maybe the person is not depressed that's failing school, because they don't care about anything. They don't have a lot of responsibilities. They don't have the stress of school on them. They're just there
Well, in her own words,
having fun, smoking, or doing whatever. It's like, why would they be depressed? According, it just, to make that comparison doesn't make sense to me.
Good point.
Sound as if I think the prospects for Black students in suburban schools is hopeless. I don't. For one, we cannot deny that Black students attending suburban schools are more likely to have access to better qualified teachers and more rigorous coursework spaces of their white middle-class classmates. But there are some things that suburban schools must do to facilitate the academic, social, and emotional success.
And there we go. So you say that, why is she bringing this up? And she's going to offer a solution. Now, the solution seems to be the burden is put not only on the school, which it really shouldn't be. The burden is placed on the public school, which is worse. It's like, this is something you are getting for free, and I demand more focus on the 14% of children. So now she's about to make a suggestion that burdens the taxpayer.
So one of the things that suburban schools might try is what Evanston Township High School eventually tried. Initially, the high school tended to spread around the high achieving Black students with one or two in any one class. I think I am behind myself. All right. There you go. So, as I said, initially, what you happen is you have one or two, quote, smart Black kids in a class. And what Evanston Township decided to do was to clump the kids in what might sound like resegregating them, but he would clump them in these honors classes. So they would have study partners and peer support. That change actually produced a significant turnaround in academic performance and student satisfaction. I was in a suburban.
Okay, I'm confused on this, and perhaps you could help. So she took the high performing students and clumped them together with other high performing Black students.
Correct.
And then they became higher performing.
See, that's the point that I'm getting at is then I doubt that she's talking about that they began to be higher performing because they were already high performers. So I think what she's talking about or maybe alluding to is some type of social value. And I'm sorry, it's like, that's not what education. I don't view it that way. I'm like,
well, I get it, and I actually get that there would be advantages of that, and I would actually appreciate it. I would actually appreciate it were I a student in that particular, socioacademic situation. I would appreciate something like that. And who knows, that might be how you met your wife or something like that. However, that's not the institution's responsibility. It's not.
and that's
It may
that's
be
my
like a
point.
private school if you're paying for it, and notice that she's focusing this on public schools, middle class public schools, but it's not my responsibility to assure that you have friends.
Yeah.
It's because you're Black, based on your Blackness. That's really not.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying is I just do not grasp how a educator with this much experience would utter such words and look at it as that's a good thing. It's like she's more focused on
Well, again,
the social act. Well, I'm talking about so far as
for
it seems.
academic success.
Yeah, she's placing social success over academic, and I just, to me, that's ridiculous to me. But
Well, what's even more ridiculous is that the focus shifted. So, in that graph, it showed two separate bell curves, and the focus was on the high achievers, and it was focused on getting the quality of their social lives to increase. There was no focus on getting the gifted lower achievers to become higher achievers.
and
She
there
said,
it is.
something, we're going to completely ignore that, and we're going to increase the quality of social life. And high school, you don't know this when you're in high school, but it's a very small period of your life. You know,
Correct.
you don't. And for those who go to college, it kind of like it becomes what junior high becomes. Like less and less significant the more you go through it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she's putting especially the social aspect of it. But she's putting an extraordinarily high premium on it to assure that these A students have friends with other A students, and let's just ignore these C students while we do it. Let's not talk about them. Let's not
And
get the C students to become A students.
and that's what I'm saying. And even in that, I believe that her primary focus is on improving the social lives of Black girls.
Right, right.
The school outside of Madison. And one of the things when people ask me to come to schools, I ask them, what access will I have to students, least about it. And the kids are very clear on the things they like. So I was in this high school. It took us like 5 minutes to do the best. We have a long lunch period. We have a lot of technology. We have a lot of different courses to choose from. Done. When I asked what you like least about it, that went on for about an hour. And one of the things that I'll never forget is a young lady said to me, I'm
Young lady.
in a laboratory science class, and I'm the only Black student in the class. And we have an uneven number of students. And so when we do labs, I never have a lab partner. She said, and when I tell the teacher I don't have a lab partner, he says, oh, well, then you can work by yourself. So she says, so I've done twice as much work as everybody in the class. That was a pedagogical problem. There's nothing magic about two people in a lab group,
Can you pause that?
Right? But
I think that's an assumption, and I know I'm being a little bit of a stickler here or whatnot, but I'm just recalling. I remember a lot of times being in lab groups, whether it was pairs or trios or even groups of four, and I remember in a lot of occasions having to have to do the lion's share of the work where I was grouped with dummies. So I mean, no, I don't. That whole thing of, oh man, I'm doing twice the work. No, I recall sometimes being grouped with a dummy, not of my own accord. It was like we had to choose numbers or draw straws or whatnot. And I'm like, dang it, man.
Well, I mean, there's really so much wrong with the story. To me, I mean, if I were the educator in this and I were listening to this young lady, I would just be like, okay, there's too many holes in the story for me to actually believe you, and it seems like you just want sympathy and attention. I mean,
Mhm.
and that's to the person telling the story, not really Gloria in this instance. I would say like, well, I wouldn't even say to the student because I don't want to embarrass her further, but it would just occur to me that classes don't really work that way. It's never really consistently an odd number of students. You have people that leave, or transfer to other classes. You have people that come in, and you have people that are absent certain days. I mean, come on, every lab day is an odd number. That's,
Nah.
I mean, because I had that problem with basketball because I wasn't particularly good at it, but it wasn't an odd number of boys, picking, because you remember how we used to pick. That was it picked last, or if it was odd, not at all. But it wasn't always odd. So, you know, and sometimes because I was so poor, I was allowed on a team with an exceptional player to balance things out. I mean, nevertheless, it's never really that cut and dry. And a simple solution that many teachers would have is to just have a single group with three people. So that it's too many holes in it. And then at the end of it, it's not really that big a deal as you say, because you're right. It's typically one person leeching off the other. So I do think that girl wanted some victimhood attention.
Yeah,
If
yeah. I
this
don't know. I
and
don't know. The
or
use of
it's
the
just
term
me.
always is like, come on.
Exactly. Like really? That's
That
odd.
kind of leads to a thing of, I don't know, maybe maybe you were, how about this? What happened if she was just a B?
No, that's a point too. I brought that up earlier. No, it could be that. For all we know, she could smell. But I mean, nevertheless, yeah, like nevertheless, that's a very, very, very individual problem, and I think that it may have been misstated.
Literally, this young lady, and what struck me, because I actually knew her family, and they were so prominent in the community, politically active. Her mother's been a delegate to the uh, Democratic. I mean, these are not some people sitting around.
Anything missing from this statement?
Man, you know, well, first of all, I didn't hear anything about the father. Second of
That's
all,
exactly it. Wait, wait, wait. Let's not gloss over that. Let's not gloss over that because it
mhm,
really speaks to the psyche of this person. Her parents are really active in the community. Her mother is, notice that?
yeah,
Notice that?
mhm,
She only sees the females in situations. I repeat,
mhm,
she only sees the females in situation. How is the father active? Like, these are things you want to say. These are things you want to bring up, but no, you only see the activities and concerns and well-being of black women. And it shows throughout this conversation. This is
yeah,
hyper focused on the black girls. Even when she's talking about a girl's parents and she admits that she has two, that she still hyper focuses on what the woman is doing. And of course, the credit is going to be given like, okay, we have another black girl rock situation, and we're not going to discuss how the father rocks too. You see, it speaks to our mindset. So I didn't want to gloss over that, but go ahead. That's Casey.
N- No, no, I was just saying that she doesn't really give any specifics about any of that activity. You think about this was what at least 30 years plus ago. So how do you know that? Let's say her mom was one of these people that was in people's faces in the community talking about, oh man, black people, this black people. It's like, you don't think that would affect people wanting to partner up or be friends with your daughter?
Yeah.
I mean,
But
so
it's the
there,
school's problem is it was the immediate knee-jerk reaction. Like, you could just have a simple socially awkward teen and you have to have a macro solution to a micro problem. And macro solutions always causes additional micro problems.
yes, they do. As
Um,
Soul states, there are trade-offs.
Exactly.
Watching soap operas, eating bonbons. I mean, they are out there, and this was happening to her. So I could hardly imagine what were happening to some of her less well connected and poorer classmates. The other thing that we can do, besides clumping the kids together, is a strategy that was discussed by psychologist Beverly Tatum, who insisted that it was important for students of color attending desegregated suburban schools to have time together in affiliation groups. A once a week group meeting was a forum for students to share their concerns and perspectives, and over time,
Okay. So she stated that the way for some of these students to receive academic success is to separate themselves from more problematic black students.
Hmm.
And now her solution is, and I said this earlier, is to force them together.
Hey, I didn't get I didn't get how that made sense either, but um it's I just thought it was you know what when she makes that I would say that assumption that they wanted to be grouped together. Um I'm of the mindset that she would think, and again I could be assuming, but I just get this thought from her that she will be perfectly fine if their grades drop, but they seemed happier to her.
Well, that's pretty apparent because she didn't see a problem with the people with poorer grades, even though she preferenced this the problem with, because this is, keep in mind that this is supposed to be a solution to the question of the 70% dropout rate,
Hmm.
even though it was 30 years ago. We have to solve this problem today that probably doesn't even exist in the same scale. So she preferenced that as the problem, and the solution doesn't even address that particular problem at all. Let's focus on the people who are not dropping out, who are academically achieving, but perhaps socially aren't. It hides a clear agenda. It's kind of like BLM, like, okay, this
Hmm.
is the problem and the solution is less patriarchal households and crap like that. Like, it's, yeah.
Students felt more comfortable in the suburban setting, and the race alike and ethnic group alike group was a key to making that comfort possible. And although the possibility of our students to attend high quality desegregated schools reflects the promise of Brown, we are sitting here some 60 years later, knowing that most Black and Brown students continue to attend schools that are not only segregated, but they are hyper segregated.
You suggested segregation when you say group the Black students together. This is where it's starting to get weird because you're suggesting segregation.
Yep. Which I find it. I don't find it odd. I find it quite interesting that there have been so many schools today who have attempted to do the same thing in 2020, 2021, and 2022 with the rise of CRT, and then noting that she is a great um, teacher and writer of CRT material.
Is she though, or is she? Okay, there's a lot of people, and this is a problem that the races have with dealing with each other. Um, I don't think that we pick our spokespeople. I think that they pick our spokespeople.
Hmm.
And I think that they pick our spokespeople based on who's the loudest, or who seems to know what they're talking about. But, they just go to like her of all people and say, hey, how do we solve this problem of Black people dropping out, and not really scrutinize what she's saying? Because I mean, like, if I were like, wait a minute, this seems to be your attempt to solve another problem, a very minuscule problem, if I, and could actually make things a lot worse. Like focusing on the social aspect of it doesn't, I mean, like they could lose themselves academically, especially with your suggestions, and you're saying grouping them together when they deliberately separated themselves from that. What if the poor achievers influence the high achievers and make things worse?
And that is the major problem: is how do you what tests were done in order to prove that the children being spread out didn't aid their scholastic growth? Because sometimes being around, well, not sometimes, being around smarter people uh, has a great impact on people growing scholastically. So um, it's like when you're able to compete amongst a diverse group, it's different from being all in one group and then trying to I don't know, man. I just think that was a bad
I
idea.
mean, so grouping or tracking by academic accomplishments, has its advantages. Grouping by race, I don't see how that would be advantageous. And I highlight Chantel Simone now. Shout out to her. She had her choices of universities there in Florida, and perhaps nationwide, but she won't stay in Florida. And um, she said that FAMU, by the way, one of my favorite porns took place there. She said that FAMU had wig shops on the quad.
Holy crap.
Yeah, tell me about it. And and she decided not to go. So she would be an example of what this woman describes as a person who deliberately separated herself from crap like that.
Wig shots on the quad?
Yes, she's there. I mean, she notice she's not denying it. She visited when she was in high school, and she decided to go to a more, let's just say, not black high school or college, university, there in Florida. Hair store, she says. Yeah. So it does right now. Now, Florida is Florida, but she decided I am going to step away from this particular culture. It's destructive and it's disruptive.
Oh, oh,
So,
oh, oh.
but
Well,
like the students in that graph. Now, her solution to that is to force Chantel to the wig shop students, you know, force Chantel to be with the wig shop students for a particular amount of time. To what end? Like, is her grades going to get better? Like, they were already up there. So this is not, and it also assumes that Chantel, because she doesn't really, or because at that time in her life she didn't aggressively seek the company of the wig shop girls, that she's depressed or she's just unhappy in her decisions. Like it's ridiculous. I think that there's some projection going on with this woman.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I think her exact words was that to some degree she was saying that they had to make the a choice to cut their afflictive bonds with other blacks, and it's like, okay, what happened if that was just a smart choice?
That's what I'm saying. You know, students have ways of solving their own problems, but I mean, she has to solidify herself as an activist and as a. And in fact, we got to hurry up and get to the next video, but because she has to solidify herself as both an activist and she has to make change. It doesn't matter how effective that change is, as long as she makes it, then she goes down as a person that invoked a particular change. Um, no, Pablo. I haven't been to Hampton, but I used to go to Howard Homecomings all the time, and no, they didn't have no crap like that. You know.
I haven't been back to my back to back to my university, Hampton, in long time, Pablo. But when I was there, no, there was no wig shop.
Yeah, it would show a cultural decline if you went back to your alma mater and seen a wig shop there. I think that's just like a flag. But then again, it's Florida. I don't. I'm not going to shit on Florida anymore. All right, let me continue.
We still hold on to the promise. Most first ring suburbs and urban centers like New York and Chicago and Dallas, Philadelphia and Baltimore are seeing an explosion of Black and Brown students. In the main, these communities will admit two things. First, um, having a diverse school community is a good thing. And second, that they are challenged to ensure that Black and Brown student achievement and social interactions are not qualitatively different from those of white and high status Asian descent students. When I meet with personnel in these suburban schools, I remind them that the primary reason that Black and Brown families send their students to school is identical to the reason that white families send their children to school. They want them to receive a quality education, and they want them to develop friends and have positive experiences. They do not send their children to school so that other students can have a diverse experience.
Okay, so when you came in, this is where you came in on. Why is she shitting on desegregation? And because this is what the other side is going through. You know, like they weren't welcome. They kind of like forced their way into it. And I'm talking about Black and Brown people. They kind of like forced their way into it through Brown versus the Board of Education. They're not welcome, but society at large wanted to teach their children to be welcoming to this particular group of people. And she just kind of like just shitted on that
Yeah, it's a weird concept.
while asking for more, more tolerance and more provisions and more special focus on them. In addition to that, because that's part of it. Like, okay, diverse experience. Like, okay, we want to have diverse experience, which means like, how can we best accommodate you? And then you shit on their attempts to accommodate you. Go for it.
Mhm. Yeah, that's just pretty much what I was thinking about in a nutshell. I mean, it's a weird way to pander to the group that you supposedly don't want to. It's a weird way to pander to white people for more money and more programs.
Yeah. And the fact that she feels comfortable doing that means that it was successful, meaning that pretty much anything she put out there would breed success because of white guilt.
But you really don't need to show any data sets to prove what you're doing.
No, she's a black woman, therefore she's an expert on all things black.
There you go.
Many scholars in both the legal and the education communities look at the Brown decision and argue that the decision never addressed the quality of experience and equality of outcomes. In an earlier article, William Tate, Carl Grant, and I argued that Brown represented
Inequality of outcomes. I hate that. It's so ridiculous. Okay, so basically what they're saying is the whole concept of inequality of outcomes. I want y'all to picture like the Olympics, right? And you take somebody from, let's just say, Greenland, right? And fit him with the exact same shoes as someone from Kenya. There is going to be an inequality of outcomes, even though there was an equality of effort and input and everything. There's always going to be an inequality of outcomes. By her logic, or the only way to have an equality of outcome is to give the guy, and let's just say the guy from Greenland would be the presumed loser, is to give him a head start and to continue to give him a head start until they tie is what she's suggesting for black people and black students. That's,
Yeah,
that's not going to
and
help.
and the other part of that is, again, her focus doesn't seem to be on academics. It seems to be on, she keeps throwing in the social aspect, and I'm just like, how do you
Well, what? Okay.
how do you have an equality of outcomes when it comes to social aspects? Do you want the equal number of white dudes that ask Susan out to ask Keisha out? I mean, you're like, what?
Well, she goes back and forth. When she's stating the problem, it's an academic problem. When she's stating a solution, it's a social solution. So she's slick in that. So now she's on the point where she's restating the problem, you know, in order to so she can later state the social solution. Because when she says equal outcomes, she's referring to academic outcome in this.
No, I don't think so. If you roll back just a little bit,
Okay.
and when she talks about the Brown versus the Board of Education,
Mhm.
look at what she focuses in on.
Okay.
decision never addressed the quality of experience and equality of outcomes.
The
Okay. So
quality of experience.
and
You
then
see what I
separate,
mean?
right? Well, then separately, inequality of outcome.
Mhm.
So is she saying like two different things, like quality of experience meaning the social aspect, and then inequality of outcome meaning the academic? That's what I was.
Yeah, I believe so. But again, which
So that's
comes
that's
first?
what I mean when she's jumping from yeah, she's jumping from one to another. But how do you measure quality of experience and
And
how? Go for it.
that's what I'm saying, is that's the part that to me is nuts.
Well, it's
There
such
how do
a
you
so. It's nuts to assume that adults have any say so on quality of outcome. We have no control over who the kids are going to select as prom queen. We don't, you know. We like to think we do, but we don't. We have. I mean, trust me. If we had that type of power, if the school districts have that type of power, things would be different. But we don't, and we perhaps shouldn't. We shouldn't force kids to like each other,
I mean,
especially based on race.
I don't see. I don't understand her point of this, because a little bit before this, she says that we want children to be able to go to school and to be able to learn and to have the friends and a healthy experience, and I'm like, okay, um, I I'm like, how does grouping yourself amongst your own race help you to have more friends?
Well, it assures that you have access to the wig shops.
It's, I mean, there's like monumental assumptions that this lady is making, and I'm like, it's weird. It's like we're watching someone who I don't think people realize how closely aligned some of the things that she is stating is with just outright racial groups like the KKK.
Uh, Maybe. I mean, I don't. I wouldn't go against it, but it really shows how people like her, a PhD black woman, is beyond scrutiny by school districts or whoever she's speaking to there in Columbia. They're beyond scrutiny. They don't know that how to solve the problem. They're asking her and they're assuming that she has expertise in this regard or she could come with the solution, that she's the magical Negro. And no matter what she suggests, no matter how absurd it is, and I've heard other absurd suggestions, it's it's gospel because they don't have a better idea. And even if they did, it would be dismissed because they're not black or a woman. So it's she really has carte blanche with these types. It's sad. I've seen something similar where this Harvard physics professor, um, he suggested, and keep in mind his expertise is physics. He suggested a stronger social group setting to improve the grades of the female Harvard population. And it did, but um, he had to admit that he didn't complete the course, meaning that there were certain subject matters in physics that he's required to cover by the end of the semester, and he didn't cover all of them, but they got better grades. So
Okay.
it's interesting the solutions that they attempt to come up with these particular problems when really the solution is on the student. It's not on the faculty, and it's not on the institution. It lies
Yeah,
with students.
yeah. It seems like a lot of the things that they are trying to implement. It seems like if she could have her way, what she really wants is a utopian society.
Well, everybody wants a utopian society, but I mean, even utopian societies provide that all individuals behave in a certain way. If you could create a utopian society, but guess what? If everybody decides to litter and actually poop on the corners, then it will not be a utopian society for very long. Utopian society has to be maintained by the cultures of the individuals. It has to. Like there's no other way.
Yeah.
I mean, because think about it. Like, okay, say you have this utopian society, and Star Trek did an episode on this. However, in order to maintain the happiness of others, you have to have laws, and these laws will get people incarcerated and things like that. So it's not utopia because people are subject to strict laws.
Yeah, I remember that, the super
Yeah,
healthy running around people, and but if you do certain things, you done away with. That's it. It's like, yeah, and I get
yeah,
it. Yeah,
yeah. So I mean, it requires the responsibility of the individuals. Like, And that's something that she's trying to avoid. She's just trying to avoid saying, like, listen, for one, there's a problem with Black culture to where it's so toxic that people would have to move away from it in order to be successful. It means that Black culture is not conducive for success. So, she has to address that. She don't want to admit that. And now she could throw out a new solution all the time and it's not going to change the fact.
In an earlier article, William Tate, Carl Grant, and I argued that Brown represented mathematizing a social problem. And as we negotiate the demands of the 21st century, we must recognize the tremendous disservice that we have visited on Black and Brown communities. And we have to recommit to the democratic principles to guarantee them a real chance at equality and full participation in our society.
Like how she said democratic principles.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to go there because
No,
like I said, it's not. I'm a guest here, but there's obviously a lot of political waves underneath all of this. So
agree. Let's leave that there. Yeah.
Do have time for a few questions. If people have written them down and can pass them to the students, we will entertain a few prior to lunch.
That is a man with a sweater vest on.
he doesn't look very threatening.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So the first question is, what role does the lack of diversity in faculty play in student achievement for students of color?
I'm pausing because, and I don't have anything to say to the question itself. I want y'all to brace yourselves for the answer to this. Y'all brace yourselves for the answer that she is about to give to this question.
Run that back one more time. The question.
All right.
Is what role does the lack of diversity in faculty play in student achievement for students of color? I'm assuming in suburban schools. Yeah.
So I know people like to raise that question about, well, we need more teachers of color, and I would agree, but I'm not sure we'll agree for the same reasons. If there is anybody who needs access to more teachers of color, it is white students.
God dog it. God dog it, man. That counteracts that entire narrative of I need someone that look like me. I need representation. It's like, what?
No, but it's worse. Watch where she goes with this.
It is white students. Because we have to break this perception that the only people in authority, that the only people who have knowledge are people like them. I can see the eyebrows raised when I walk into a class. I can see, and I've asked students, how many of you have ever had a teacher of color? And most of my white students will tell me they never had no. So I do think that there's a benefit for students of color, but I think there's an even greater benefit for white students.
Okay. Here's where she's going with this. She's pleading to other races to create a world where their children see another race as an authority figure over their own.
Yes, that's the argument.
That's what she's saying. And at the same time, she's saying that we should take that away from our own students. This is really interesting because she knows that there's psychologically something that there's a there. People see their own people in leadership, and it makes it to the child. They see, okay, it's possible for me to grow to become a leader, or I'm naturally going to grow to become a leader myself. She's saying, let's take that away from white kids. Yeah. Let's teach white people to listen to us more.
Yeah.
Is essentially what she's getting at.
And of course, when she gave this the answer, she threw herself back in it, her personal experience. Nevertheless, okay, we get back to math, right?
Mhm.
How is that possible unless you want super large classrooms? How do you do that? Get with the given population of today.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Well, I think that they would have to Zoom link to Nigeria.
I mean, it's like, what are you really asking for? A lot of times I hear these arguments about, we need more black people doing this. We need more black people doing this. We need more black people doing this. I mean, how much of a population do you have?
True.
Are you saying that every black person needs to be a specialist?
Well, that's different. I see what you're saying. Because everyone can be a specialist if 100% of the population. However, it would not be able to govern the remaining 87%.
And there you go.
Yeah, it's impossible for us to dominate every field.
So
That
you
yeah,
simply do not have the numbers to do it.
right,
Period. So
right.
it is such a ridiculous argument to me when people make these those things of, oh, you need more black people in this, more black people, more black people, more black people in this. It's like, okay, and then in addition to that, okay, well, why be specific with certain types of fields? I mean, it's like the same argument that it's a similar argument of what I have with feminists, and they'll say, "Oh man, we need more women in doing this." Okay, well, why aren't there more women in, I don't know, waste management? We need more women there.
Hmm.
So but it's always to places of where people believe that there's some type of power or control or fame.
Or just something that they want. I mean, let's face it, it's really in the places where it's more money. Like you're right, the civil rights movement for black men was about access to sanitation jobs.
Hmm.
They literally wanted to have more black janitors. They literally wanted more access to crap jobs, pun intended.
Yeah.
So which was a fair ask. It's like, listen, if you want to be, and this isn't a crap job, but if you want to be a longshoreman and you found that, the Irish and Italians were being picked first and, the blacks were being picked last, you want fairness in that regard. And that's a perfectly reasonable ask. The feminists are requesting, how come Google doesn't have more female CEOs? Things like that. Like, really, you know,
Yeah. And
you were gonna say something?
no, I was just thinking too that with the given situation that's I'll actually, let me leave that alone because I don't want to that old graph that I showed Bernard and that we always look at when it talks about
Yeah.
the arrangement of children
Yeah.
by family groupings.
Mhm.
Okay, why would it be profitable to have people who may come from um let me leave that. Let me get out of there. Let me get out of there. I don't want to start a fire. So let me shut up. Let me shut up.
So our next question is, how do you address the quote unquote fear among white families to those of students of color taking over an academic achievement and athletic competition?
Okay. Very presumptuous question. I don't remember her answer. Very presumptuous question. It assumes that they have that fear.
Yeah, the assumption is automatically there. It's baked into the cake. I'm
Yeah,
I'm I'm wondering how she's going to answer it.
I am too. But furthermore, I want to point out that they don't really express that fear to Asian students, and secondly, um, get there first. That seems like a perhaps problem.
Yeah.
Like, like, what are you gonna do after I whoop your ass? Like, you got to actually whoop it first, and then think about. It's a very weird question.
I'm not sure I can address it. I think one of the things that's really interesting is, on the one hand, the argument had been, well, we don't want to go to school with those kids because they're lowering the standards. But having moved to the Midwest from the West Coast, what we saw on the West Coast when we had large numbers of Asian families move into Silicon Valley, people wanted to move out because they were raising the standards too high, right? So essentially, what you're saying is you don't want to go to school with kids who lower the standards, and you don't want to go to school with kids who raise the standards. Why don't you just say, I just want to go to school with people who are exactly like me?
Okay, so I don't remember seeing this part before, but I will say that they took that presumption, ran with it, and it went to a whole different level because they're putting words in white Americans' mouths. They're saying that you complained on this end and I didn't hear that complaint, and you complain on that end and you don't really hear that complaint either, and calling them a hypocrite.
Yeah. I mean, the main people that I find that are complaining about meritocracy tends to be um, some black people and some Hispanic people that are on this thing of Latin X and all those type of all those type of designations. But even what we saw at Harvard, also in the um, I would say the more gifted schools in NYC, there's big battles going on right now about meritocracy, and again, the people that are leading the charge are black women. So
Well, I'll give you some pushback there because there, in that regard, and that's not what the author of this question is talking about, but in that regard, there is pushback on meritocracy. There is a push on Ivy League universities. They are accepting more legacies and things like that. They do not want it to be taken over by Orientals. I will say that. There's also a push out by Orientals and well, really just Asians in general, for affirmative action. They're like, it's not fair that this person is getting this position, probably unjustly when I am more qualified. Is their thinking. So there are some pushes against meritocracy, and it is due to the Oriental and just mainstream Asian success and African. Let's not forget that.
oh
So
yeah, I forgot about them. They're
yeah,
doing quite well as well.
yeah. But that's not what the author of this question is talking about because this is a K through 12 thing, you know. So
Well, there I'll throw one thing in. There's a battle that was taking place at in Virginia, and it's at a STEM um, program. It begins in K through 5, and then matriculates on up through to high school. But there are some programs also in NYC. Ian Rowe, he talks about them. And there was another lady, Amy Waway, who talked about it on Glenn Lowry's show with McWhorter. And these programs or these schools start in middle school, and then they matriculate up to um, these specialized STEM schools in NYC, and those are within the K through 12 regime.
okay, so you're saying that these programs are what, ethnically centered or what?
Yeah, there's been a lot of the um, there have been different people fighting to make sure to try to change those programs in that like there was one program in NYC where they have slated where I think they have to automatically take. They have like some type of Cinderella program of students of ethnic backgrounds that are disadvantaged into these STEM programs. And so I think it started out at like 10 or 15%, and now they were trying to make it from that to 30%. And it pissed off a lot of the people there who were pushing their children into those programs, because they were like, okay, come on now. Like, now you're getting to the point to where kids that are doing very well are getting pushed out, because you have you're trying to make it to where you have more kids that are disadvantaged to be able to get in. And there is a record that a lot of the kids that are disadvantaged, who have to test lower in order to get in, tend to don't stay in those programs very long anyway.
Okay, that's different than complaining about the, because that's what that is that's pseudo achievement. You know that I would say like actual achievement is what the Orientals are doing, and I don't think that it'll be much pushback on that if blacks were to actually achieve. Um,
Hmm.
and furthermore, it was something else about programs like that. Oh, 30%. You're asking for 30% from, now they're saying people of color, or they're saying underachievers, or are they saying what?
People of color.
So, okay, we barely, if you include Latinos, we would account for 30%. But if they were to say that just about African Americans, that would just be, you're asking for a disproportion, that shouldn't be.
Yeah, and one of the major pushbacks on that program was that a lot of the other parents were saying there are programs that set up for all of that, starting in kindergarten all the way up to the eighth grade, and a lot of those parents were not involving their kids in those programs, even though they're offered free.
Okay. I mean, I get it. Listen, I don't if someone is at a disadvantage, or a group of people are at a disadvantage, I don't mind balancing, the scales. Like I say, you give all the runners the same shoes, or you give them all, an equal chance. However, these type of programs exist based on inferior outcomes, and as long as the outcome is inferior, they can always demand more funding and goods for programs like this.
Hmm.
Yeah. So it I don't think that it should be based on that. And then I noticed, and this goes with the women in scholarships and things like that, particularly Black women in scholarships and promotion and Title IX and stuff, that it don't end with superior outcome. Like, you get superior results, meaning that it's more women in university and Black women in university and Black men. The programs that led to this conclusion don't end at that point. I noticed that too. So we really have to question the intentions of people like this and programs like that. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. All right, I got to end this because I want to not end the stream, but I want to end this whole Gloria portion because there's really another video I want to cover.
So I don't know how to address the fear as long as we continue to live in these isolated silos. This is sort of an interesting time for us living in Madison. We have this incredible community dialogue going on that came out of an editorial piece by a very prominent African American minister. He wrote an editorial op-ed called Justified Anger. And he talked about how angry he was about the situation for Black and Latinos in Madison, because we just had a race to equity report that is horrific. More than 68% of Black people in Dane County, which is where Madison is, are likely to be poor. Only 15% of white people in Dane County are likely to be poor. And that includes the temporarily poor graduate students, right? So there's this, the job opportunity. So now Madison, which never saw itself as that kind of place, is starting to have these conversations. And last week I was in a part of a dialogue, community dialogue, and one of the questions was, what is keeping you from engaging in these conversations around race? And I said, well, actually nothing keeps me, because that's what I do. But I can tell you that the reason why we don't have more real conversation is that we have had qualitatively different experiences.
This goes back to what I was saying before. I'm gonna speed it up, but this goes back to what I was saying before. How she presents, academic or economic problems, and then talk about social solutions. She represented a economic problem, and then she can state any solution that she wants at that point because who's going to check her? All right, let me speed this up.
Qualitatively different lives, and we don't know how to bridge that divide.
So this will be our final question before we break up into our breakout groups. What role does teachers and other educators' perspectives of students of color play in their success in suburban schools?
Well, actually, this harkens back to some work that Joyce King and I did many years ago at Santa Clara University, when we shared some data about life chances of Black children compared to white children with our students. And our student body was 98% white. And we would ask them, well, why is it that Black families are more likely to be in poverty? Why is it that Black kids are being suspended more? Why is it that Black kids are more likely to be in foster care? I mean, we had one of those wonderful graphics that USA Today. That's the one thing I like about that paper. They have nice little data graphics that you could cut out and use. So it was like kids on playground slides, and all Black kids were sliding down faster with all these terrible things. So we gave them the data and said, how can you explain this? More than half of our kids' explanation is, or kids, young people who are about to be teachers, is that, Black people were slaves. And so, that this is their situation. More than half of them believe that it's a historic determinism, there's anything you can do about it. Another smaller group talks about the notion of equal opportunity. Oh, if they just had an equal chance, they could just get started. In 3 years that we collected data, one person said there is structural racism in the society.
Tell her what she's won, Bob. A brand new car. But hey, let me shut up. I don't want to start on that. Hey, go ahead, GC.
Wow. So the reason that they're in foster care is structural racism? I'm trying to understand. There's always like this Emperor Palpatine figure that's in the back of their mind just screwing with Black people. But it does seem as though there's a cultural family dynamic that needs restructuring in order for things to work for them. All right. Yeah, I think that's a good place to end it. But basically, this is just more of the you're racist if you don't give me money type pandering, or try to, buy a conscience from your white guilt. All right. So I guess I'll put the link out there, but I got to do this with as few interruptions as possible. This one right here. You probably heard this before, SKC. Okay, give me a second.
To Journey to the Truth and Total Randomness. Today I want to talk about teachers in schools, and mainly Black kids in schools. I'm sure if you browse the internet a lot and read a lot of articles, I know I do, you might have come across an article that's actually posted in a comment section. And usually it's not by the person who actually wrote the article, it's just somebody that's actually copying and pasting the article. But it's an 8-page article. It's a long one, and it's posted by a teacher, well, a so-called teacher. We don't know if this person's a real teacher or not, but it's posted by a teacher named Mr. Jackson. And in this article, he talks about what it was like to teach Black kids over the course of his teaching career. And just reading the article, you can kind of get an idea that he's not making it up, that a lot of details about situations, their teachers acting like crazy wild animals, throwing garbage cans, Mr. Jackson is saying in his letter. And it kind of, this is actually written by an actual teacher. So I'm going to warn you, this article has like over 4,000 words in it, and it's probably going to take me around a half hour to read. So I'm going to start with the article now. Here we go. What It's Like to Teach Black Students by Christopher Jackson. Until recently, I taught at predominantly Black high school in a southeastern state. The mainstream press gives a hint of what conditions are like in Black schools, but only a hint. Expressions journalists use, like chaotic or poor learning environment or lack of discipline, do not capture what really happens. There is nothing like the day-to-day experience of teaching Black children, and that is what I will try to convey. One of the most immediately striking things about my students was that the way they were loud. They had little conception of ordinary decorum. It was not unusual for 5 students to be screaming at me at once. It did no good to try and quiet them, and white women were particularly inept at trying. I sat in one woman's class as she began to beg the children to pipe down. They just yelled louder so their voices would carry over hers. They seemed to have no conception of waiting for an appropriate time to say something. They would get ideas in their heads and simply had to shout them out. I might be leading a discussion on government and suddenly be interrupted by, "We got to get more Democrats. Clinton, she good." The students may seem content with the loud outburst, but 2 minutes later, they would suddenly start yelling again. "Clinton, she good." Anyone who was around young Blacks would probably get a constant diet of rap music. Blacks often make up their own jingles, and it was not uncommon for 15 boys to swagger into a classroom, bouncing their shoulders and jiving back. They were yelling back and forth, rapping 15 different sets of words in the same harsh, rasping dialect. The words were almost invariably a childish form of boasting. Who got them shine rim? Who got them shine shoe? Who got them shine grill?
Any comments thus far? SKC, you there?
Yeah. I'm like conservative in the chat where he says this is painful. And yes, I've heard this before. It's been a while since I've heard it, but
Well,
I'll ask you, where's the lie told?
Oh no, trust me. I mean, I went to school. My high school was cool, but junior high was as he's describing. A lot of what he's describing. Maybe it's because the students were more mature, or maybe because the true riffraff dropped out. But junior high was what he describes. Hopefully, he was a junior high teacher, and more mature students don't have this problem. But I do feel, and this is just from watching that movie Lean on Me, that there are places in the world where the niggerish behavior continues throughout high school, which really sounds like it sucks from what we're about to hear.
Yeah, I mean, this very thing is one of the reasons why my wife and I work very hard to send the kids to private school. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna get bad, people who haven't heard this before. It's going to get really, really bad. But the author of this, who's anonymous for obvious reasons, the author of this, he's really more of a realist than the woman we just listened to, because he teaches them every day where she just pops in, asks some questions, and then comes to a conclusion and demands reform based on that.
The amateur rapper usually ends with a claim, in the crudest terms imaginable, that all womankind is sexually devoted to him. For whatever reason, my students would often groan instead of saying particular words as in, "she sucked that, she fucked that, she licked that, So many black girls dance in the hall, in the classroom, on the chairs, next to the chairs, under the chairs, everywhere. Once I took a call from a cell phone.
Yes, random twerking is a thing, and it's not a new thing. This was something that was happening in junior high. Um, yeah, this is something that happened in my junior high. Random twerking. Twerking is
Yeah,
not a new thing. I don't even think it classifies as a dance. They just put a name to it. That's something
yeah.
that happened randomly for an inexplicable reason. So yeah, there's truth in what he's saying. Go for it, SKC.
No, just saying how, for what it's worth, that's part of the culture.
So when Gloria talks about students deliberately isolating themselves, is this what they're isolating themselves from?
It could possibly be,
I think
and
it
and
might be.
and, and that's why I would say, um, is that truly hindering yourself socially, or is that just a smart thing to do? That understanding that, if I'm going to, um, I guess, excel scholastically, I'm not going to be able to use this type of behavior in the places that I'm going.
Well, I just think that, and I'm using a female because I know that that's all she cares about. I think that they just don't want to twerk. You know,
Okay.
there's some things you just kind of like, I don't feel like doing that, so I'm gonna go over here. And since there's nothing else to do, I don't know. It seems I picture like a young lady given the option: you either twerk or you study, and the ones that are excelling are the ones that study.
Yeah. Yeah. So, um, here's another thing, and let's say if she was equating because she did say the stuff that was happening today with young black girls. Do you really want to show up at prom with the girl who was been known to be twerking everywhere around the school?
My prom date did not do that, fortunately, but it wasn't prevalent. Now, I will say I went to a primary Asian high school, first generation immigrant Asian, but it wasn't. But amongst the blacks, that still wasn't a thing. Now,
I can only imagine what it is now in the age of TikTok and all that.
I don't know, but I mean, because this is more recent than that, meaning that this what I'm playing now is more recent than the speech that she gave in 2014. And I only way I know this is because he referenced Hillary Clinton. So I'm assuming that. Well, maybe it is older. Now I think about it.
Step outside of the class. I was away for about 2 minutes, but when I got back, the girls had lined up at the front of the classroom and were convulsing to the delight of the boys. Many black people, especially women, are enormously fat. Some are.
Oh, the way he said it. The way he said it. This is in high school, people. He's talking about high school. Real
Yeah.
metabolism is supposed to be, the same place they show those cheerleaders being thrown up in the air and doing three flips before they land into the arms of another cheerleader.
Yeah.
He said are enormously fat,
Yeah.
especially the girls. Oh Christ.
Are so fat, I had to arrange special seating to accommodate their bulk.
He said they're bulk. Special seating.
What does that mean? Because like, why do they have to sit different? So is it because they're so big that the other kids can't see past them?
Maybe it's because they couldn't fit in the desk.
Oh crap! Oh crap! So that's more taxpayer money. So What do they do? Do they just steal one of those things from Walmart and turn that into a desk?
I don't know. Maybe they gave them one of those plastic chairs that doesn't have the lap apparatus.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Okay,
I'm not saying there is no fat
hold on. I'm gonna redo this.
white student women for about 2 minutes. Classroom, on the chairs, next to the chairs, under the chairs, everywhere. Once I took a call from a cell phone and had to step outside of a class. I was away for about 2 minutes. But when I got back, the girls had lined up at the front of the classroom and were convulsing to the delight of the boys. Many black people, especially women, are enormously fat. Some are so fat, I had to arrange special seating to accommodate their bulk. I'm not saying there is no fat white students, there is, but it is a matter of numbers and attitudes. Many black girls simply do not care that they are fat. There are
Holy crap! They
Yep.
don't care. Hashtag they know. Holy crap!
plenty of white anorexics, but I have never met or heard of a black anorexic. Black
Dang.
women be big, Mr. Jackson, my student would explain.
They would explain it to him. Black women be big.
I love the use of B.
Yeah, I could picture somebody saying it. Black women be big. They just accept it as a reality. The young boys, the high school boys are just taught to accept this as a reality. Like
Yep.
they be big.
Yep.
Like and they're gyrating to your delight, being overweight, and you're just like, oh, they be big.
Yeah. That's it. That is it.
Is it
It's
okay?
a it it
Black
it's
community
part of the culture.
Oh crap.
a little overweight, I would ask. Two obese girls in front of my desk begin to dance. You know them boys like that juicy fruit, Mr. Jackson.
That seemed like pure hell. You go to work and that happens. What do? You go to work and it's your job to teach while a couple of overweight minors are sexualizing themselves in front of you on their desk. And when you say something, they
Yeah.
say they like that juicy fruit.
Yeah.
What do you do? What do you do as a teacher?
What can you do? I think if you say anything specifically, if you're if you're white or another race, you're a racist, or you just don't you can't or the children are doing that because they can't relate to you. And then if you're a black person, oh, you just want to be white. You want to use white standards.
Yeah, but she's not covering this. When appealing to the educational system, she's not covering this. This is not a problem to her. She's focused on the ones who are achieving in spite of this and trying to get them a better social life. It's weird.
Juicy is a colorful black expression for the buttocks. Blacks, on average, are the most directly critical people I've ever met. That shirt's stupid, yo kid. Yo kid is a bastard. Your lips big. Unlike whites who tread gingerly around the subject of race, they can be brutally to the point. Once I need to send a student to the office to deliver a message. I asked for volunteers, and suddenly you would think my classroom was a bastion of civic engagement. 30 dark hands shot into the air. My students loved to leave the classroom and slack off, even if just for a few minutes away from the eye of white authority. I picked a light skinned boy to deliver the message. One very black student was indignant. You picked that half breed. And immediately other blacks took up the cry. And a half a dozen mouths are screaming.
You hear
Yeah. This dude said one extremely black kid. What the hell?
that? Where does that come from, GC?
What, the colorism thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea. That's weird to me. Where did he say he was doing this?
What he said? Were you talking about the kid?
I think he said the teacher, like, where is this taking place? He said the southeast, I think.
Oh no, I don't. I don't recall.
No, but if you're talking about where the overall behavior comes from, it's the parents.
Correct.
These see, that's what kept people in line. That's what keeps kids in line. However, the parents, particularly the boomers, are more screwed up. Meaning that, a teacher can't say, I'll call your parents, and the kid will be like, so? I bet you if this teacher ever called a parent, like, hey, so in class, your son was said some mean things about a lighter skinned black kid because I sent him to the principal's office to deliver a note. Why you send that half breed? Would be the response from the parent.
Yep.
So there's nothing the teacher can do, and that is the problem that Gloria will not address. That is something she will not point out, that they're just as screwed up. Like, yes, madam, your daughter was gyrating on my desk, and when asked to stop, she said, "Boys like that juicy fruit." Boys do like that juicy fruit. You white, you don't understand. Boys like that juicy fruit will be the response from the parent.
Correct. And what do you do when a lot of those children, that's what they see their parents doing?
Exactly. Exactly. All right.
Even he half breed. For decades, the country has been lamenting the poor academic performance of blacks, and there is much to lament. There is no question, however, that many blacks come to school with a serious handicap. That is not their fault. At home, they have learned a dialect that is almost different language. Blacks not only mispronounce words, their grammar is often wrong. When a black wants to ask, "Where is the bathroom?" he may actually say, "Where'd the bedroom be?" Grammatically, this is equivalent of "where the bathroom is." And this is the way they speak in high school. Students write the way they speak. So this is the language that shows up in written assignments. It is true that some whites face a similar handicap. They speak with what I would call a country accent that is hard to reproduce, but results in sentences such as, "I'm gonna get me a Coke." Some of these country whites.
How am I gonna get me a coke?
Oh my god! My god!
$100 say that this school is in Florida. $100 say that. All right.
Had to learn correct pronunciation and usage. The difference is that most whites overcome this handicap and learn to speak correctly. Many blacks do not. Most of the blacks I taught simply had no interest in academic subjects. I taught history, and students would often say they didn't want to do an assignment where they didn't like history because it was all about white people. Of course, this was diversity history, in which every cowboy's black cook got a special page, and how he contributed to winning the West. But black children still found it inadequate. So I would throw up my hands and assign them a project on a real historical black person. My favorite was Marcus Garvey. They had never heard of him, and I would tell them to research him. But they never did. They didn't care and they didn't want to do any work. Anyone who teaches blacks soon learns that they have a completely different view of government from whites. Once I decided to fill 25 minutes by having my students write about one thing the government should do to improve America. I gave this question to 3 classes totaling about 100 students, approximately 80 of them whom were black. My white students came back with.
Why does he have 100 student class?
Okay, and there goes that classroom size thing that I was telling you about.
Well, yeah, you were saying it for a different reason, but no, it's still horrible. Horrible.
Right,
It was like 20 to 30 when I was in high school.
right, and that's what I'm saying is that there's a large um in certain places there are large deficiencies in adequate teachers, and so classroom sizes are larger than normal. I mean the well, a
Well,
A
there's
good
a,
classroom size should be somewhere between 12 to 16, but
well, there's a reason why people don't want to be teachers, and it's expressed here. Like you have to
right.
do an extraordinary amount for me to deal with some crap like that. I don't want to deal with crap like that. I don't want to bathe in other people's ignorance and the byproduct of their ignorant breeding. I don't want to deal with that crap. So there's that. But then, I mean, because they feed off of each other. So of course, if it's 100 of them, they're going to feel emboldened to gyrate on the desk.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a low pay. What's going
They
on?
should probably.
Zone?
What's going on, GC? What's good, SKC? If I was the teacher, I'd just change schools, man. I'm gonna keep it real. just go to the school around the corner or something.
Yeah, I think that he wants to. I think like the line for the school around the corner is full, and he wound up there.
Or even like they have schools where because it costs a lot of money to make a teacher, it costs even more to fire them. So they don't even fire a lot of teachers. They'll put them in like a room. I forgot what the room is called, but they basically pay teachers to not teach because they're too expensive to fire.
Well, but why would you fire a teacher? Anybody that could put up with crap like this deserves a job for life.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it turns into the kids just doing whatever they want to. You could threaten to call their mama. They'll, you want me to call you? You want to call my mama? They'll call them for you off their phone and hand the phone right to you.
So someone said there was 3 different classes totaling 100. Okay, I didn't hear that part, but okay.
Generally conservative ideas. We need to cut off people who don't work was the most common suggestion. Nearly every black gave a variation of the theme of we need more government services. My black students only had the vaguest notion of who pays for government services. For them, it was like a magical piggy bank that never goes empty. One black girl was exhorting the class on the need for more social services, and I kept trying to explain that people, real live people, are taxed for the money to pay for those services. Yeah, it come from the whites, she finally said. They're stingy anyway. Many black people make over $50,000 a year, and you would be taking away from your own people. I said she had an answer for that too. They half-breed. The class agreed.
Just ignorant, or ingranid, as one like to call it. Just terrible.
They have breed.
Wow. And it's funny because we're talking about Gloria, who is appealing for more stuff from the quote unquote half breed and whites. Wow.
And so I let the subject drop. Many black girls are perfectly happy to be welfare queens. On career day, one girl explained to the class that she was going to have lots of children and get fat checks from the government.
Okay.
There it is.
No one in the class seemed to have an objection to this career choice. Surprising attitudes can come out in the class discussion. We were talking about the crimes committed in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, and I brought up the rape of a young girl in the bathroom of the Superdome. A majority of the students believed this was a horrible crime, but a few took it lightly. One black boy spoke up without raising his hand. That no big deal. They thought they was going to die, so they figured they'd have some fun. They just want to have a fun time, you know what I'm saying? A few blackheads nodded in agreement. My department head once asked all the teachers to get a response from all the students to the following question. Do you think it's okay to break the law if it will benefit you greatly? By then, I had been teaching for a while and was not surprised by the answers that left a young liberal white woman colleague aghast. Yeah, was the favorite answer, as one student explained. Gotta get that green. There is a level of conformity among blacks that whites would find hard to believe. They like one kind of music. They will vote for one political party, Democrat. They dance one way, speak one way, are loud the same way, and fail all their exams in the same way. Of course, there are exceptions, but they are. Whites are different. Some like country music, others heavy metal, some prefer pop, and still others, God forbid, enjoy rap music. they have different associations, groups, almost ideologies. There are
I do want to talk about that for a second while I have y'all here, because we do, and that's what this whole renewing of the Pookie Ray Ray educated lane thing is about. This is about diverging cultures from what's considered the black stream. It does appear as if blacks feel that blacks should only have one culture, one uniform culture, and really the Pookie Ray Ray EL thing is what that culture should be. Where other groups seem to have a lot of different cultures going on within that, and none of them is defined as the race. Like, for example, an Oriental kid who, or a group of kids who are into, say, breakdancing from the 80s, from the black 80s. They don't say that you're not Asian. It's weird, you know? Like he just said, they have diverging cultures within the race where we don't. We're just kind of like uniform. Thoughts?
Go ahead, free zone.
I think it's less about the culture, and I think it's more about them wanting Keisha. And the way that the way that it makes sense to me is like this. The prevailing mindset amongst the communities that, I gotta have, if black man has to be with black woman. That whole mindset. The problem with that is that most black women fit some type of Keisha prototype. The problem with that is that most of those that fit that type of prototype tend to not go for educated lames. They tend to go for more. If they had to choose between an educated lame and a Pookie, they're going to go with Pookie, because Pookies tend to be more masculine towards the Keisha prototype of what they want. Most educated lames tend to be kind of feminine, whiny, sissy, whatever.
Okay, so I can understand that that particular aspect is a battle over Keisha. I'm gonna throw this out there, and this is based solely on his description of Keisha, of quote unquote Keisha. I don't want an overweight woman gyrating on the teacher's desk saying boys like that juicy fruit. Like, if that's what it's all about, you can have that. I'm not gonna fight you over that.
Right.
I don't think that many guys really feeling Keisha like that. That's just me.
Well, I agree, GC. I have a different opinion. I don't think it's about Keisha per se. I think that there is a strong undercurrent in black subculture that pushes that, particularly when it comes to black men, that you need to be a specific way in order to hold on to your quote unquote blackness.
And that's my point. And he's talking about how other groups can enjoy cultural diversity. You have the goth kids, you have the country kids, you have the, pop kids, you have the heavy metal ones. Like, they can enjoy a variety of different things, where it seems like if we try to separate from what's considered the black norm, there's hostility. And I think it's more about that, Free Zone, than Keisha.
I can see. Well, the issue with the whole educated lame and Pookie thing is that it's totally contradicting to what I personally see it completely different in the real world. In the real world, like, it's not uncommon for a like the whole Kevin Samuels and Future thing coming together, and YouTube was in a roar. I don't know. In the real world, from my personal experience, that seems more common than not. Like, I've seen educated lames put Pookie onto things that, showing them how to do things more legit, and I've seen Pookies return in kind, different things. They get things from each other, and there's never been that type of beef. I've only seen it in YouTube world.
I agree.
So
I
that's
will say that.
I'm putting it in the context of YouTube, because in the real world they tend to get along.
I agree with
But
that.
I do agree with SKC's take. I don't know why it's like that. I one of the issues with the whole, I fundamentally have an issue with black people not being able to do the same things that white people do,
Mhm.
quote unquote, especially when a lot of the things that they do, not only do Asians do, but it comes to the point of just essential tools for success that they have an issue with. It's like, oh, that's white. It's like, all right, cool. You don't want to get into tech? All right, fine. Do what you do. You know what I'm saying? So there is that culture clash on, but I only see it on YouTube. So
Well, no, I think that this is written before the divergence. I mean, because you do see like blacks moving towards other stuff, and it's becoming more polarized. People, you have artists like Childish Gambino and stuff like that, where um, so I do see that to a certain extent, and it could be that the community is more polarized than this teacher is aware of, and just from his point of view, he's just conflating everybody, and he's like if he has all of these students and two of them are gyrating saying juicy fruit, you kind of remember those, and they kind of like stick out in your brain more.
I don't know. I don't know. I understand what you're saying, free zone, but uh I I don't know. I disagree. I disagree, man. I don't think that there is a um that there's this coolness between um black men that choose to live a different way and the proverbial hood type of guy.
hmm
The reason why I say that is because uh,
Say it.
I think that I think that the hood persona
Say it.
wants to be the dominant image for black men.
That's what I was saying.
Okay.
And when you take even for instance, like if you look at a person like what's his name, the guy who donated all that money to Morehouse, I forget his
Robert
name
Smith.
all of a sudden, Robert Smith. Um, he's not your he's not the hood guy. He would not, he wouldn't fit into that crowd. But black culture would want to um assimilate his achievements into, oh, look at us, but they would not accept him in the normal, at the cookout, as it were.
Do you want to know why?
And so I won't say, I can't just say, oh yeah, it's cool, because the normal run of the mill hood dude is not going to be like, oh yeah, Robert Smith, he's a cool dude. No, they not.
Huh. No, it's because of one very simple word, 6 letters long, as a matter of fact. D to the A to the GGLE.
Well, I don't.
Daggle.
Even on that, I don't understand how that even fits in, because
I'm
Robert
curious to
Smith
know that
doesn't
too.
want the daggle. So why
No.
would that?
Here's the thing about it. The Daggle wants a man like that, but the problem is he's with Becky. See, the reason why this whole and everybody, and I get it, everybody wants to try to be diplomatic. Well, let's get down to brass tacks. The reason why this whole doggone Pookie and Ray and Educated Lane debate came down was because niggas want to try to be the one that the Daggle prefers first. It
But what
always
SKC
circles
is saying
around
is
the
that
black hole.
Robert Smith don't want that.
Yes, but the Daggle does. And what the Daggle wants, the Daggle
But
will
what?
try to get. And
But
if he can't have you, wait, hold on. If she can't have you, it's sour grapes at that point. That's when you don't get invited to the cookout because you're with Becky.
okay. Let me try to streamline this. You're saying that you're saying that, and let's just call him Ernest. Let's just call him Ernest instead of for Ernest, Lowry.
Mhm.
You're saying that the Daggle wants Ernest Lowry and Tyrone wants the Daggle. Why would Ernest fight Tyrone over somebody that he don't want that just so happens to want him?
Here's the thing. The Daggle is the first creator of the culture within the Daggleverse.
But
The Pookie.
she didn't create Ernest culture.
Listen to what I'm saying here. Let me just expand on the thought here.
Okay.
The Maggle, aka the Pookie, is the servitor of the Daggle. Therefore, whatever the Daggle says, the Maggle will do. The Daggle wants
wait. Stop right there. Stop right there. Tourism. Would that explain when the teacher stated, "Hey, why are these girls so big?" And the Maggles in training stated, "Well, black girls just be big like that."
Maggle training. They are mental midget minions of the Maggle militia. That's the reason why they said that. But going back to my last point here, thank you, SKC.
Is Juicy Fruit the currency of the Maggle?
So, you can get over on our channel, over on SKC's channel. He got that clip from the top all the way down to the bottom. The Daggle is all. From the top all the way down to the bottom. The Daggle is all. That is the creed, the Nicene creed of the Daggle, the Church of Daggle.
I have to leave out tourism and GC. I apologize for scheduling. I scheduled you wrong in my calendar, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, no worries.
And the free zone. But one parting shot, as it were. I think it's very telling that the over sexualization in the culture really puts black men and black boys at a disadvantage, because instead of focusing on things like scholastic achievement or building a future, the currency that they have to build first is that of sexual exploits.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I agree, but I don't. From what he's describing thus far, we're 11 minutes in. It's so problematic that, like, whether the girls were gyrating there or not, it doesn't seem like a sound competitive education is possible.
Nope. It creates it in the scope of the country, and if we're talking about places, it creates a losing culture and a loser mentality that goes with that culture. So then when you slide over to Gloria Billings, is that her name? Gloria Billings, right?
It's hyphenated.
Let's do Gloria. When you slide over to Glow, Miss So Glow over there, what she's basically fighting for in a roundabout way is that she's trying to get this specific culture of losers. She's not trying to bring them up to winners. She's trying to bring the winners down.
Academically down?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's trying to bring the winners down to accommodate the losers. And all that creates is an overall loser culture amongst even the winners. So the winners aren't winning as much as they could be, and the losers are still losing, but it just doesn't look that bad because the winners have been brought down. It would be no different than... Oh, go ahead.
Well, we'll come back to that. Because I got something different when I heard that. It seemed like she was more concerned about social development than development.
It's the thing about it is,
but right quick, because I want to play this. But I think that if you want to focus on the social dynamic of blacks, it should start with the behavior that this man is talking about. Let me play this, and then on the next one we can cover, because we go on forever on that.
Mm-hmm. Are jocks, nerds, preppies, and hunters. Blacks are all, well, black. They all are quick to let other blacks know when they deviate from the norm. One might object that there are important group differences among blacks that a white man simply cannot detect. I have done my best to find them, but so far as I can tell, they dress the same, they talk the same, think the same. Certainly, they form rival groups, but the groups are not any different in any discernible way. They simply are no groups of blacks that are distinctly different from each other, as white nerds, hunters, or goths, for example. How the world looks to blacks. One point on which all blacks agree is that everything's racist. That's racist without a T. This is one message of liberalism they have absorbed completely. Did you do your homework? Nah, homework racist. Why did you get an F on the test? Test racist. I was trying to teach a unit on British philosophers, and the first thing the students noticed about
Wait a minute, hold on a second.
they all white.
Wow.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Homework racist? What? What kind of caveman response is that?
Well, I mean, you got to think it's on white paper. I mean, basically saying that, you know, it's a white world and you're just ink on a paper. So yeah,
Oh my gosh. Yeah, go ahead.
We're the black philosophers. I tried to explain to them that there were no blacks in 18th century Britain. You could probably guess what they said to that. That racist. One student accused me of deliberately failing him on a test because I didn't like black people. Do you think I really hate black people? Yeah. Have I done anything to make you feel this way? How do you know? You just don't. Why do you say that? He just smirked, looked out the window, and sucked air through his teeth. Perhaps he was a regional thing, but the blacks often suck air through the teeth as a word of expression of disdain or hostility.
okay. So he turned his head and said, and teacher just kind of standing there like, is this a black thing? What do I do with that?
It's an everyday thing in the Daggleverse.
Yeah.
My students were sometimes unable to see the world except through the lens of their own blackness. I had a class that was a host to a German exchange student. One day he put on a PowerPoint presentation with famous German landmarks, as well as his own school and family. From time to time during the presentation, blacks would scream, "We're the black folks." The exasperated German tried several times to explain that there were no black people where he lived in Germany. The students did not believe him. I told them Germany is in Europe, where white people are from, and Africa is where black people are from. They insisted.
You shouldn't have to tell high school students that.
That's what I was thinking.
You do with the
It's more
Dagglings.
sad than funny. It's more sad than funny, but you shouldn't have to tell high school students about ethnic origins, especially ones who are so emotionally attached to their own ethnic identity. Like, yeah, Africa is where we come from, and Europe is where they come from. That's, I mean, I give them a pass. They are students, but that's still.
That don't mean nothing to the Daggle. No, that don't mean nothing to the Daggle War.
Yeah. Okay.
That the German student was racist and deliberately refused to associate with blacks. Blacks are keenly interested in their own racial characteristics. I have learned, for example, that some blacks have good hair. Good hair is black parlance for black-white hybrid. Apparently, it is less kinky, easier to style, and considered more attractive. Blacks are also proud of light skin. Imagine two black students shouting insults across the room. One is dark but slim, the other light and obese. The dark one begins the exchange. "You're fat, Redardio." Redardio smiles, doesn't deign to look back at his distractor, shakes his head like a wobbling top, and says, "You wish you light skin." They could go on like this, repeating the same insults over and over. My black students had nothing but contempt for Hispanic immigrants. They would vent their feelings so crudely that our department strongly advised us never to talk about immigration in class, in case the principal or something outsider might overhear. Whites were racist, of course, but they thought of us as at least Americans, not the Mexicans, though. Blacks have a certain not necessarily hostile understanding of white people. They know how whites act, and it is clear they believe whites are smart and good at organizing things. At the same time, they probably suspect whites are just putting on an act when they talk about equality, as if
Any thoughts on that?
Equality means preference. That's the same kind of feminist mindset that they're talking about. Well, that's what they mean by equity. What they mean is to have the exact same result without actually putting in actual sweat equity, pun intended, to achieve it.
Okay. So where I grew up, we got along with Hispanics. It was, wasn't, but we pretty much got along with everybody. Maybe it's just California conditioning, but I know Southern California have a different relationship between Black and Hispanics.
Yeah, like they got along. Like I came from like West Philly, North Philly, South Philly, Southwest. Like I was all over Philadelphia, and it was pretty much okay. Puerto Ricans was basically all we came around, and they got along pretty well.
Yeah.
It is all a sham that makes it easier for whites to control blacks. Blacks want a bigger piece of the American pie, and I'm convinced that if it were up to the blacks, they would give whites a considerably smaller piece than whites get now. But they would give us something. They wouldn't give Mexicans anything. What about black boys and white girls? No one's supposed to notice this or talk about it, but it's glaringly obvious. Black boys are obsessed with white girls. I've witnessed the following drama countless times. A black boy saunters up to a white girl. The cocky black dances around her, not really in a menacing way. It's more a shuffle than a threat. As he bobs and shuffles, he asks, "When you gonna go with me?" There are two kinds of reply. The more confident white girl gets annoyed, looks away from the black and shouts, "I don't want to go with you." The more demure girl will look at her feet and mumble a polite excuse, but audibly say no. There is only one response from the black boy: "You racist." Many girls, or all too many, actually feel guilty because they do not want to date blacks. Most white girls at my school stayed away from blacks, but a few, particularly the ones who were addicted to drugs, fell in with them.
Oh, that's crap. You must be in a messed up behind neighborhood. Because come on now, I done been in neighborhoods and I didn't have to do no freaking monkey dance to get the doggone attention of a doggone white woman if I really wanted her. I just go up to her, act like a man with some sense in my head, pop the question, whatever happens, happens.
Well, I think he's I think he's speaking more to Tyrone because he's saying that, the women who are addicted to the drugs they're selling. So, of course, if you're not a drug dealer, then you would have different seduction techniques.
I guess I'll give you that point, but that's still.
But no, he's referring to a very particular type. And he's also saying this in reference to like black women as well. Like they, this goes to what you were saying, Free Zone. The attraction to the Pookie Ray Ray thing may be exaggerated and it may be misunderstood. And it may be, according to this article, or, what this teacher's writing, it seems like it's an attraction more to drugs than it is to the man that's selling it.
Right. I feel it.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. Like never mind. Go ahead and play it. I was trying to sort something out and I ain't got it. Go ahead.
Okay.
There's something else that is striking about blacks. They seem to have no sense of romance, of falling in love. What brings men and women together is sex, pure and simple. And there is a crude openness about this. There are many degenerate whites, of course, but the sum of my white students were capable of real devotion and tenderness, emotions that seemed absent for blacks, especially boys. Black schools are violent, and the few whites who are too poor to escape are caught in the storm. The violence is astonishing. Not so much that it happens, but the atmosphere in which it happens. Blacks can be smiling, seemingly perfect content with what they are doing, having a good time, and then suddenly start fighting. It's uncanny. Not long ago, I was walking through the halls and a group of black boys were walking in front of me. All of a sudden, they started fighting with another group in the hallway. Blacks are extraordinarily quick to take offense. Once I accidentally scuffed a black boy's white sneaker with my shoe. He immediately rubbed his body up against mine and threatened to attack me. I stepped outside the class and had a security guard escort the student to the office. It was unusual for students to threaten teachers.
All right. So, no sense of romance. Now, it is impossible to be romantic to a woman who says, they like that juicy fruit.
To quote SKC, eat, sleep, fight, bust, eat, sleep, fight, bust, eat, sleep, fight, bust, eat, sleep, fight, bust.
Mm-hmm.
All that animalistic behavior, that's what this gentleman actually was talking about. He didn't put it that way, but yeah, if everybody who watches SKC stuff knows exactly what it means, down to the animalistic behavior. But he's basically trying to say it in a nicer, less offensive way, less pointedly is what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also the fact that when you're a kid and that's your cycle, number one, there's tons of women that are willing to sleep with that. So there's no requirement for you to go beyond. It's almost like the game is built into the eat, sleep, fight, bust because of the rawness, the animal that's in there. You know, there's an attraction to that when you're younger.
Animal attraction.
You know what I'm saying? So that will further insulate the ability. Like when you have that, you don't really need to know the different steps of game and all that stuff because it's just eat, sleep, fight, bust. Like they just feel that raw passion or that raw animalistic nature and they want to sleep. So why look to adjust your game if your game is winning?
How about it?
Okay. So there's there.
Teachers physically this way, but among themselves they were quick to fight for similar reasons. The real victims are the unfortunate whites caught in this. They are always in danger and their education suffers. White weaklings are particularly susceptible, but mostly to petty violence. They may be slapped or get a couple of kicks when they're trying to open a bottom locker. Typically, blacks save the hard, serious violence for each other. There was always a lot of promiscuous sex among the students, and this led to violence. Black girls were constantly fighting over black boys. It was not uncommon to see two girls that were literally ripping each other's hair out.
Why did
Black-
niggas say?
Black women have hair?
Why do you say literally? I think that he thinks that what they're ripping out is their hair.
That is all Remy. That is Remy. That is Jackie. That is all of that. Everything is coming out.
But he don't know that. The author of I think that some white people think that gold grows out of our mouth by nature.
Oh my God.
And that's their real hair. Like, yeah.
Oh man, now that's kind of sad. Klingon shot. Yeah, hey man.
With a police officer in the middle trying to break up the fight. The black boy they were fighting for would be over on the side, standing with a smile, enjoying the show he had created. For some reason I cannot explain, boys seldom fought over girls. Pregnancy was common among the blacks. The many black girls were so fat I could not tell the difference.
This dude is going in.
Yeah, he is. He deep.
He's not pulling any punches.
No, he is not. He's going a half a mile deep in that ass, man.
Well, I mean, it's in. He's like, you know, it seemed like this is a dude that's been doing. I would be at my wit's end probably like after a month. And it seems like he's been doing it for years. And he's just like, I don't care. I'm not going to be politically correct. This is ridiculous. You got fat kids coming to school 9 months pregnant. I thought they were just fat. Like, you know, I didn't notice the difference. He is just going all out. Who is getting an overweight? All right. Anyway.
I don't know how many girls got abortions, but when they had the baby, they usually stayed in school and had their own parents look after the child. The school did not offer daycare. Aside from the police officers constantly on the campus, security guards are everywhere in black schools. We had one on every hall. They also sat in on unruly classes and escorted students to the office. They were unarmed, but worked closely with the 3 city police officers who were constantly on duty. There was a lot of drug dealing at my school. This was a way to make a fair amount of money, but it also gave boys power over girls who wanted drugs. And then an addicted girl, black or white, became the plaything of anyone who could get her drugs. One of my students was a notorious drug dealer. Everyone knew it. He was 19 years old and in 11th grade. Once he got a score of
There you go.
All right. So to the people who are saying that this is old, back in my day, they kick you out for shit like that. They didn't keep you. I know it's a new thing that they're keeping kids, and you got these 20-year-olds walking around high school and shit. That did not happen. This has to be sometime this millennia that this is going on, because they did not. If you were 18, and yeah, I don't even think they had like 19-year-olds in high school. You had to go.
Can I tell you something,
What's
GC?
up?
When I was in middle school, keep in mind, middle school, I had at least 4 different students who were, how old do you think? Take a guess.
Oh, I don't know. Like middle school for me was different because ours went up to 9th grade. So, I mean, but no, they kick you out. Like,
Ours stopped at 14. The students who were there still were 18 years old.
Yeah, I don't see the point in going there. I mean, well,
These Negroes had full-on beards and mustaches, looking like grown men walking around in the schoolyard.
well, that's hostile towards the 12-year-olds that are there.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
it
it's
was
predatory. It's all kind of stuff wrong with that. Like, yeah, so he's 19 in the 11th grade. Yeah, I mean, I think we have like GED programs and stuff like that for people like that. Like, we do have like adult schools in Oakland, and or we did, but I have heard stories like that about people getting their high school diploma in 20, and they actually just walked around the high school doing that.
No, listen, that was middle school though. That was middle school. I was getting ready to go to high school.
It's bad. Well, no, my point is that this is past the time. Whenever this was written, was past the time when they just started kicking people out for being too damn old.
Yeah, I had to come up to address that because I graduated on time, of course. But I graduated in 2012, so that's to give you a 10-year. That was 10 years back. I've had friends. It was funny. One of my friends, I'm 27. One of my friends is 30, and I remember her being in my class. So yeah, there were people in the school that were like 20 years old graduating. You know.
Yeah,
so
that's a new thing.
I
That
remember.
wasn't always the case.
Yeah, I just saw somebody on the same person on Instagram say they're about to turn 30, and I'm like 30. I'm 27, and I'm like, oh, I forgot. Like, yeah, she was like 3 years old. You know, there was a couple of people in our school that were like that. You know.
I was finna say that the link says that this was posted 2 years ago.
Yeah,
I don't know when it was
all
written,
of what you're saying,
but this was posted. Yeah, I mean, because it's posted by various different people. The person that's reading it isn't the person that wrote it.
Gotcha.
So it's like anonymous poems or something. It's compilations of the Black community in its natural habitat, like his Crocodile Dundee or Steve Irwin. As you see the daggle in its natural habitat. No, but it's crazy because
it's juicy fruit.
Yeah. I remember there were girls, you know, they were a little on the thicker side. They weren't too fat, but before the summer started, you know, they looked decent. But then by the time they came back to school, but they came back to school around the holiday time. So we're talking last time you see them was around like May, June, and then by the time you don't see them, you're like, oh, they must have went to another school. Come to find out, they're coming back around Thanksgiving, Christmas time, and the girl is pregnant. And I was like, whoa, like, yeah, and I was in 10th grade, man. I remember she was in my geometry class. And and then she came back again after she had the kid. There's a couple of girls in my school that got pregnant. And a lot of those girls, like, they would be asleep in the class. And my teacher, I remember my teacher at the time, she was one of them, I'm a PhD type of Black teachers. And she was like, teenage pregnancy. I literally remember it to this day. I was 15. And I remember the girl is like, dad, like she was sleeping in class because probably the night before she had to put her kid to sleep. You know how stressful it is to have a newborn. Imagine you have a newborn and then you got to wake up to go to school for first period to learn math, to learn geometry or trigonometry. Like, it's wild, man. It's wild.
All right, let me play some more.
3 out of 100 on a test. He had been locked up 4 times since he was 13. One day I asked him, "Why do you come to school?" He wouldn't answer. He just looked out the window, smiled, and sucked air through his teeth. His friend Eudarius ventured an explanation. "You got to get that green and get them females." "What is the green?" I asked. "Money or dope?" "Both," said Eudarius with a smile. A very fat student interrupted across from the room. "We got to get that lunch, Mr. Jackson. We got to get that lunch and breakfast." He means the free breakfast and lunch poor students get every day. "Nigga, we knowed you be loving breakfast," shouts another student. Some readers may believe that I have drawn a cruel caricature of black students. After all, according to some official figures, 85% of them graduate. It would be intrusive to know how many of those scrape by barely with a C- record. They go from grade to grade and they finally get their diplomas because there is so much pressure on teachers to push them through. It saves money to move them along. The school looks good and the teachers look good. Many of these children should have failed, but the system would crack under the weight of their if they were all held back. How did my experiences make me feel about blacks? Ultimately, I lost sympathy for them. In so many ways, they seemed to make their own beds. There they were, in an integrationist fantasy, in the same classroom with white students, eating the same lunch, using the same bathrooms, listening to the same teachers. And yet the blacks fail while the whites pass. One tragic outcome among whites who have been teaching for too long is that they can engender something close to hatred. One teacher I knew gave up fast food, not for health reasons, but because where he lived, most fast food workers were black. He had enough of blacks.
Okay, so right now we're seeing that the teachers are just getting tired of these niggas. They're just basically saying, "Listen, I'm throwing my hands up. I'm done with this. Y'all figure it out because this is, I'm not gonna be polite about it."
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. Back, when you're a kid, you always think like teachers were out to get you, but I wouldn't wish that occupation on my worst enemy, especially public school teachers. And I believe that's one of the main reasons why you don't see a lot of black male teachers, especially if you have a semblance of intelligence about you, you're not gonna pick that. You'd probably be better off doing sanitation work, because the level of stress that you have to deal with, it doesn't the pay doesn't outweigh the stress, and that's why a lot of the teachers, and I saw it as certain teachers were more, the younger the teacher is, the more enthusiastic and the more invested they are. And then if you notice a shift, there's a nuance to the teachers that are mid-level or about to retire. They're unfazed, like it's like whatever, they're just here to collect a paycheck. And the reason being is because it's like most of the kids didn't want to learn. It was like it was wild. It was really now I think about back on a lot of things. For example, I'll give you a prime example too. It's like really no one really cared, to be honest with you. No one really cares. Not the teachers, definitely not the parents. The parents don't care, and it starts with them. But I realized that I noticed a difference in terms of education. Right, mind you, like I said, I was going to school I was in high school during Obama's first term. Yet we still had books from when Clinton was in office. Like if you look in the back of the history book, and it'll show the latest president. The latest president was Clinton, right? Not even George Bush. So compare that to because I live in New York, you might go to like a Long Island suburb. They're allowed to take their laptops home, but that's because they have a higher income wage of taxes, so they're able to use their tax benefits for their neighborhoods and so on and so forth. So it's really a trickle-down effect. If the parents don't care, then it's like you're not going to have a quality education regardless.
And that's what everybody is ignoring. Everybody, people like Gloria would say it's the students, it's the faculty, it's the it's the administrators, it's the school district, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's the fact that the books are maybe like 4 to 8 years outdated. However, it's really the parents. Like you really don't do anything with uncooperative parents, and that's what this teacher who's writing here is expressing. Like there's no form of discipline unless you can't really enforce anything. It's not like they're in a private school and the nun just smack you on with a ruler or something like that. It's not that type of world. These kids can pretty much do whatever they want with no consequence.
And I hate to crucify my mom, but I think out of all, we have parents teacher school night maybe like 3 times out of a year in a school year. I think I don't. She might have went to like 2 of them in high by the time I was in high school, but there was a lot of extenuating circumstances. She's not fully to blame with that. My mom wasn't the worst. No, was she the best? She wasn't perfect, but the whole concept, you have to have a 2-parent household, man, because especially, and I don't want to give black women an excuse with that, but in particular with my mom, like after 9th grade, I think she was just so stressed out in life in general and stuff like that. Like my educational well-being took a backseat. Now here's the thing, I was yeah.
No. I call bullshit.
No, I'll say this though. I was a very
wait,
articulate.
right quick. This is gonna be a lightweight shot at your mom.
No, I understand.
Did you have chores?
I did.
Did she enforce those?
Absolutely.
So I don't want to hear that shit. Like, see, black parents are shit. Mine's too. They stopped looking at your grades around 9th, 10th grade, and they stopped giving a shit
Yeah.
about that, which is
Yeah.
the age that coincidentally colleges start looking at. They
Yeah, that's
stop
the most
caring at
crucial,
that
if
point.
anything.
However, they still got time and energy to make sure that you wash their dishes, that you clean
Oh,
their
how you know?
that you mop
That's
their
so true.
floor, but no damn allowance, if any, or little
Yeah.
allowance, if any. They make sure that if you have an after school job, they cut. I don't want to hear that shit. They just don't give a shit.
I'm not
Point
gonna
blank
lie to you.
period. Because they're broke.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. I
Like,
didn't
I
think
don't want to
that.
hear this. I'm exhausted. They not too exhausted to make sure you wash their fucking dishes. Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, and ultimately what has happened what has ultimately happened is that schools have been turned into daycares. Someplace you
Yeah,
drop your
agreed.
kid off. Well, while I go make money, you go to the school. I bet not hear nothing about that teacher at that school. And then when they do hear something about teacher at the school, then why y'all doing my baby like that? Like it's this whole this whole and it's a repeating door that just goes around.
True.
I'll
And
say this
you
about
know,
my mom. She always took the teacher's side in the sense that she wasn't one of those parents. Like I was shocked when I got to high school. I didn't know, and I think that's when it was like it was at in terms of black female, what was at its pinnacle, because I would see women coming in with their bonnets, like just overweight, looking like Rakishi the wrestler, and barking at the other teachers, like, "What do you mean my kid is failing this class?" All right, start cursing at the teacher, and I'm just looking like, "Yo, like, how do you curse at a, you know what I mean? How do you curse at a teacher?" My mom wasn't perfect or not, but she would have never did that. It was a certain level of decorum, right? But
That's
a
out the
lot of
window.
things, yo, man, and it was usually I don't know, it wasn't like the guys, like for example, you saw the sisterhood code in full effect, because they weren't going so hard on the, like, if the boy was doing well bad in school, it's like, okay, it was a boy, but I usually would see a lot of the arguments and fights when it was regards to like the female students in the class, and they weren't doing well, or they were talking and they weren't getting their work done, and then when it's parent teacher school conference, then their mother come up and it's like, no, not my daughter, my daughter's perfect. But it was like I saw a little bit of that staying on code right then and there. But I remember one of my trigonometry teacher just got barked at like a sergeant, like dog walked, and then she just took, and then the overweight parent left, and then she just told the next teacher to come in. She just had this frown on her face, and she's like, next. Like, that's why being a teacher in an urban school as a black person is not it.
Yeah.
Just being in general, but it's not
for
it.
anybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
All right.
hell.
Let's see.
It's on the job. This was an extreme example, but 4 years of frustration can take their toll. Many of my white colleagues with any experience were well on their way to that state of mind. There's an unutterable secret among teachers. Almost all realize that blacks do not respond to traditional white instruction. Does that put the lie to environmentalism? Not at all. is what brings about endless, pointless innovation that is supposed to bring blacks up to the white level. The solution is more diversity, or put more generally, the solution is change. Change is an almost holy word in education. You can fail a million times as long as you keep changing. That is why liberals keep revamping the curriculum, and that is what is taught. For example, teachers are told that blacks need hands-on instruction and more group work. Teachers are told that blacks are more vocal and do not learn through reading and lectures.
So right now he's talking about that Gloria chick without even knowing that she's going to say this. He's describing that like she's just doing the same old thing.
Implication is that they have certain traits that lend themselves to a different kind of teaching. Whites have learned a certain way for centuries, but it just doesn't work with blacks. Of course, this implies racial differences, but if pressed, most liberal teachers would say different racial learning styles come from some indefinable cultural characteristic unique to blacks. Therefore, schools must change. America must change. But into what? How do you turn quantum physics into hands-on instruction or group work? No one knows, but we must keep changing until we find something that works. Public school has certainly changed since anyone reading this was a student. I have a friend who teaches elementary school, and she tells me that every week the students get a new diversity lesson shipped in fresh from the bureaucrat's office in Washington or the state capitol. She showed me the materials for 1 week's large poster about the size of a 42-inch flat-screen television. It shows an utterly diverse group. I mean diverse. Handicapped, Muslim, Jewish, effeminate, poor, rich, brown, slightly brown, yellow, etc., sitting at a table, smiling gaily, accomplishing some undefined task. The poster comes with a sheet of questions that the teacher is supposed to ask. One might be, these kids sure look different, but they look happy. Can you tell me which one in the picture is an American? Some 8-year-old mirrored in ignorance will point to a white child like himself. That one, the teacher reads from the answer, conveniently printed along with the question. No, Billy, all the children are Americans. They are just as American as you.
Okay.
Oh God.
I mean, there is a need for that, but the individuals have got to do better in order for something like that to work. You know, like diversity could work as long as people are culturally compatible and they're working towards the same goal. It does seem as though the students that he's describing have a very different goal in mind, have a very different societal goal in mind, and that is to live off others. And if others don't support them, they're stingy. Like you can't really work well with someone like that, or a group of people that think that way. Sugar Bomb, these super chats to Kevin. Also, something's going on there, and yeah,
I think she was because when I brought up the PhD thing. Oh, Kevin, did you see my black woman?
Yeah, no, she's talking to Kevin Murray in the thing because.
Oh, no, I was gonna say in regards to that, you have to have a congruency in terms of your values, and you know, in order to work with other people, it has to be off of a meritocracy. Anything could work. Like you can work with other people, but it would more or less you would have to be able to hold your own weight, so to speak,
and the weight of others. Yeah, like
yeah.
And then that's how you build a community. Like you know, you support yourself, and then a little bit extra, and that extra goes to the community, and it's built that way.
Yeah. That's what the real word of communal. Are you a communal person? Are you a neighborly person with the next black person that you're interacting with? You know, that's part of the golden rule. But yeah, that's everyone has to. Yeah, like I said, everyone has to put in their share and plus a little extra. You know, no one if you have and I think that's where that's where between black men and black women we diametrically opposed. I think when it comes to black women, it's like gimme, and then it's like I feel like, particularly in this space, it's like some men are like, okay, how can we negotiate in terms of how much you're supposed to get, and then there are other men are thinking like, no, you're asking for not only are you asking for a ridiculous amount, you're not giving any in return.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
This is what happens at predominantly white middle-class elementary schools everywhere. Elementary school teachers love the book All the Colors of the Race by award-winning children's poet Arnold Adolph. These are some of the lines they read to their children. Mama is chocolate, daddy is vanilla, me is better. It is a new color, it is a new flavor, for love. Sometimes blackness seems too black for me and whiteness is too sticky pale, and I wish everyone were golden. Remember long before people moved and migrated and mixed and matched? There was one people, one color, and one race. The colors are flowing from what was before me to what will be after. All the colors. Teaching as a career. It may come as a surprise after what I have written, but my experiences have given me a deep appreciation for teaching as a career. It offers a stable middle-class life, but comes with the capacity to make real differences in the lives of children. In our modern, atomized world, children often have very little communication with adults, especially or even with the parents. So there is a potential for real transaction between pupil and teacher, disciple, and master. A rewarding relationship can grow up between an exceptional, interested student and his teacher. I have stayed in my classroom with a group of students discussing ideas and playing chess until the janitor kicks us out. I was the old gentleman imparting my history, culture, personal loves and triumphs, defeats and failures to young kinsmen. Sometimes I fancied myself Tyrannus, the Spartan poet who counseled the youth to honor and loyalty. I never had this kind of intimacy with a black student, and I now know of no other white teacher who did. Teaching can be fun. For a certain kind of person, it is exhilarating to map out battles on chalkboards and teach heroism. It is rewarding to challenge liberal prejudices, to leave my mark on these children. But what I
Okay, stop in there. So it does seem like he did it with good intention, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
When he was talking about the teachers, man, I'd say I had two sets of teachers that I feel like were the best for me. One were they were older black women. They would teach me about back then they taught me about the true Jim Crow, right? So it was more like they were raising me in terms of grooming me on what it meant to be black in America. This was before the whole critical race theory. It wasn't on the liberal stuff. They were literally telling me like, hey, look, this is how racism in America was, because a lot of my older teachers, they were like black women in their like mid 50s, like 60s, and their parents were like sharecroppers, or their parents grew up in, in the South rough, and so on and so forth. I would say the next subset for me that was very influential was male teachers. I had one black teacher that was a male teacher. Like we just soaked up everything he was telling us, and I think it was because he gave us a more paternal role. And then there was another white guy that was really cool. Like he put me on to like a lot of rock music from the 60s and the 70s. The unfortunate thing, the irony is he left mid school year because somebody threatened to blow up his car or like stab him. So he left. He asked to transfer schools. I was so disappointed in that, but it was one of those nigga moments that he had to bounce. It was already a violent school. That was in middle school, but it's just
Okay.
crazy.
Yeah, I would say that my most impactful teachers were the ones that when you walked into the class, this is the bar is set, and y'all will meet it. And he or she did the best. I had like maybe 4 or 5 teachers that stick out in my head. No excuses. No, if you have any questions, open door policy. If you got any questions, you need some help, you can come to me. But I'm not gonna just accept you failing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna just accept like any excuses that you may have that for failure. And there's like 4 or 5 teachers that stuck out. There's like one older black lady, one white guy. It's actually quite diverse actually. One black male teacher, and then like one Hispanic lady, and they were all older teachers.
And this goes back to what you were saying, Game Changer. When I was listening to that last part, I was like, everybody got to pull their weight. I'm telling you, the worst thing that ever happened to black people was single motherhood. I'm sorry, because what Free Zone just said, your teachers felt an obligation, but they felt an obligation because they saw that you were willing or you had some level of enthusiasm to learn, but that came from your parents. So if you come from a generation, for example, me, I'm in my 20s, you have a generation of parents that are single women and they don't really care if their kid go to school or not, or if they cut classes as long as they out the house. It's like it's hard for the teacher to pull the other 50%. It really,
Right.
I'm telling you, like single motherhood was a cancer, man. I'm telling you, especially with black people, because
No,
no,
it did.
once
It
that
did
happens,
definitely
there's a
cause some
ripple effect.
cultural
Because
degradation.
teachers not invested.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
All right. This should be like the last clip, and then we'll do final thoughts.
The job I love and the community I love become dimmer by the day. I read a book by an expatriate Rhodesian who visited Zimbabwe not too many years ago, traveling with a companion. She stopped at a store along the highway. A black man materialized next to her car window. Job, boss? I work good, boss, he pleaded. You give job? What happened to your old job? The expatriate white asked. The man replied in a straightforward manner of his race. We drove out the whites. No more jobs. You give job? At some level, my students understand the same thing. One day I asked the bored black faces staring back at me, what would happen if all the white people in America disappeared tomorrow? We screwed, a young pitch black boy screamed back. The rest of the blacks laughed. I've had to, I have had children tell me to my face as they struggled with an assignment, I can't do this, Mr. Jackson. I'm black. This point is that human beings are not always rational. It is in a black man's interest to have whites in Zimbabwe, but he drives them out and starves. Most whites do not think black Americans could ever do anything so irrational. They see blacks on television smiling, fighting evil whites, embodying white values, but the real black is not on television. And you pull your purse closer when you see him, and you lock the car doors when he swaggers by with his pants hanging down almost to his knees. I have been a parent teacher conference I've been in parent teacher conferences that broke my heart. The child pleading with the parents to take him out of school. The parents convinced their child's fears are groundless. If you love your child, show her or him you care. Not by giving him or her fancy vacations or a car, but by making him or her innocent years safe and happy. Give them the gift of a non heavily black school. Mr. Jackson now teaches at a majority white school.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah.
I told you he was gonna change schools now. But I mean, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Like go ahead.
No, and I didn't want to cut you off, but I was gonna just say I think that leads to the dissolution of the middle class, man. It's like the simpler things in life. Okay, having a family, a cornerstone, having maybe a vacation a year, two at most, but investing in your children, trying to, take each generation step by step to the better off position than the previous ones. But when he was talking about that, it reminded me, it was like simpler times of when people were actually invested into creating a middle class lifestyle for each other. Now, as soon as when people see Instagram, it's like, oh, if you can't provide a luxury lifestyle, then it's like, no, you're beneath me, you're dusty. So it's like what he was saying is you would see people invested into each other, invested into their children, but it's like, nah, that's not even the case anymore.
True. Closing thoughts, Free Zone?
Yeah, man, it really does start with parenting. Like without the adequate parenting, being raised in a 2-parent household, like I was raised in a 2-parent household, and even though I dealt in the culture and hip hop and all that stuff, I still had a father to keep me grounded and a mother that loved me. So I was able to. I knew that it was all entertainment, and it wasn't something that, even when I was young and I wanted to emulate, my dad would sit me down like, son, none of this is real, and these are the things that matter. and so it kept me straight. But when you don't have that, then you're basically just a victim of the culture, and you're a product of the streets, as they say, a product of your environment, and so that's how you get what you have right there with basically just a bunch of young sexualized students that don't care about learning stuff, don't care about education. Um, and then there's a lot of mythology thrown into the mix where you have a lot of kids that don't even think the whole thing about I don't you see a lot of people who are older that say like I didn't even think I was gonna make it past 25. I didn't even think I was gonna make it past 25. You know what I'm saying? So when you have that type of mindset, it's like these are kind of the consequences that occur. And we just got to do better, man, because what's out there right now is just trash, and we can't have any part of it. And we can't villainize the ones that are more successful. The cultures that are doing better, we need to at least take the word and embrace those things. You know what I'm saying? We got to embrace what's winning, and otherwise, then you're just stuck crying like a loser. But man, great stream, GC. Appreciate you having me up, man. Y'all take it easy.
Yeah.
One love, y'all. Y'all take it easy.
Okay.
Ezra,
you said your final words,
right? Yeah, I just want to say thank you for having me on. What you just had the stream on, like the video, that's more or less you seeing someone journalizing a societal decay. And to any black men out there, if you could find a modicum of a quality woman that has traditional values to make a sandwich. If she could make a sandwich, try to work well, I'll say that. But with that being said, just keep on your P's and Q's, and thank you for having me on the
All right, thank you for coming up. All right, well, this went a lot longer than I expected, but very good build. I'll put it on my members only, so if you'd like to hear it again or you missed a part, feel free to become a member. With that, I would like to thank the Cash Apps and Super Chats, managers and moderators, those who listen silently, and those who participate in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button on your way out. And this is GameChanger 00100. Game over. Peace.